Good evening. Thank you all for tuning in tonight as I go through my mod list for my ultra modded Skyrim playthrough. And then tonight we'll probably be playing a couple hours of Skyrim because for the first time in several weeks, I don't have anything planned on a Saturday morning. Tonight, music is provided by No Copyright Sounds. Thank you for letting us use music without fear of copyright in our own videos. So for the next, I don't know, a little less than an hour or so, we're going to be going through the 192 mods that I have enabled on my Skyrim playthrough. This number will bounce around a little bit in the coming weeks as I review different texture mods, different armor mods, different home mods, and change around a couple of my cities that I have installed in my cities overhaul mods. So this number is not the final number, but it's close. I've sort of dialed in on what an ultra modded playthrough looks like for me. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this quite a bit so I can show you names and such. Okay, that'll work. Okay, so from the top, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go through the major categories that are already listed in the Vortex mod manager and go through what each one does and why I chose it. The first one is the animations category. Before that, Rim's Tooth doesn't have a listed category for some reason. This is a quest mod that adds a quest that I just got and started in my last session of Skyrim, where you have to fight a giant dragon with a team of other adventurers on behalf of a merchant who's going to pay you to do it. I've never played this mod before, and it's an old mod. It was ported years ago. As soon as Special Edition came out, it was ported, but back in Legendary Edition, the original Skyrim, Rim's Tooth hadn't been updated for several years by that point. So, but it's a classic, so I figured I should try it out in this comprehensive ultra modded playthrough. First category we've got are animation mods. These mods are ones that really change the way the game looks in a gameplay sense, not in just textures, but in the actual way that NPCs work and live out their lives. The first two are expressive animations, the male and female edition. Expressive facial animations, I'm sorry. This changes the way the mouths open and close, some of the eye blinks, and some of the just sort of expressions, the smiles and the frowns and the quirked eyebrows and that sort of stuff with the NPCs. Animated dragon wings I picked up. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It adds dragon wings to the game that sort of flap around, look pretty damn cool. I chose this one because I want to get a later in the game a flying overhaul. I've already got it installed. I just haven't picked it up in game yet. What it will allow me to do is cast dragon aspect on myself, which will summon up these animated wings, and I can launch myself into the air and fly around. That's going to be my late game alternative to fast travel, because I'm trying not to fast travel outside of the carriage system, which we'll get to in a bit. Next is a necessity in any modded Skyrim playthrough. Four's new idols in Skyrim is a animation framework that is the basics, the basic skeleton for every other major animation mod that you'll find. So it's crucial that you run it every time you update your mod list, and nothing bad to say about FNIS. The XP32 Maximum Skeleton is a skeleton replacer. The original Skyrim skeleton in the body that NPCs and your character use has like 38 pieces. This one bumps it up to about 206, I believe, which is ridiculously impressive and another great framework to build off of for a lot of other animation mods. Next, I have a whole bunch of armor mods and a couple of overhauls, or little tweaks to make the game a little bit more interesting to watch. Crimson Twilight armor is pretty cool. Adds a nice red flavored armor. Got some really cool things that I'm looking forward to with that one. Next on the list is the Wayfarer's coat, which is this one here. Adds sort of a subdued, almost type of overcoat. Very lore friendly, I would say. It's a little bit after the era that Skyrim should be set in, but you know, it looks quality. So that's on the list. I've got the Hedge Mage armor, which I started out the game wearing. I mean, it's just sort of cool, classy. Not the greatest, but it's fine. We've got a replacer for the Elven armor. I'm looking at doing some sort of Thalmor thing later in the game, either joining them or fighting against them big time. And this just sort of screams Thalmor with the black and gold Elven armors. I've got the Black Mage armor. I like this one a lot. I don't have this version, the Archmage armor. I've got this version that I'm using right now, the Mantled Robes. I like this. It's got this cool mask. You can't really see that, can you? It's got this cool mask. Yeah. I'm looking forward to playing through with this because I'm planning on doing Mage at the beginning of this. We got the Tribunal Robes. From Morrowind and Elder Scrolls Online, the Tribunal. These robes are crazily detailed and bring back some pretty good memories. So I'm looking forward to playing this. I'm planning on probably bringing these out around the time I get to Solstheim and the Dragonborn DLC. I've got the Volkihar Knight, which is a vampire armor set. Makes it look a little bit more like armor rather than almost not functional robes. So these are looking to look cool. Add some legendary sets so that you're not just playing through with basic bottom stuff in the late game with the vampire playthrough. Got, of course, immersive armors. You can't forget it. It's the biggest armor overhaul for Skyrim. Has been since almost the very beginning. And it is top quality. Can't recommend it enough. It adds, I don't know, hundreds of armor sets and probably several dozen unique armor sets that are going to be really awesome to see on unique NPCs. For example, Ulfric Stormcloak has a sort of armor now instead of a big heavy overcoat. It just adds some great lore-friendly stuff. That makes me very happy playing through this game again. Let's see. We've got the Kynreave armor, which is a Daedric mage armor. Looks a little something like this. Again, mage. We're going to transition sort of into a melee rogue style build mid-game. So this is awesome. We've got the Perfect Legionnaire. Which is a Imperial armor set replacer. Changes it to, instead of all sorts of leather armor all around the place and bulky, unwieldy metal armors. It changes it so that you've got some really awesome, unique armors, and there's a lot of metal in the place of where there were before just your basic leather. So it's a pretty nice replacer here. Okay, and then of course we've got the tweaks that are important in any place that you're going to pay attention to quality. We've got helmet toggle, which allows me to hit a hotkey and toggle my helmet on and off. we've got the Book of UUNP. This allows me to craft special UUNP body replaced armor sets, which are pretty cool and let's go with nice. Circlets or masks with all robes and hoods. Before you could put on a mage hood and then just equip a circlet and it would unequip the hood, which makes no sense. This is a great immersive addition to the game. I can't quite get it to work. I've got this unlimited rings and amulets mod, which is supposed to, because I was trying to find a mod that will allow me to equip 10 rings, one for each finger on your hand, and 2 or 3 amulets for immersion purposes. Obviously, you're not just going to wear the one ring around. If you had magic rings, and there wasn't a reason not to, you would wear them all if you could. This was the closest thing I could find. I couldn't even find like one that allowed you to wear one ring on both hands. The unlimited amulets part of this mod works. I can wear, I think I'm currently wearing like 3 amulets, but the rings portion does not, and I don't know why, because it does not conflict with any other mods in my load order. I got a couple of replacers, or alternate editions of the Perfect Legionnaire, then improved closed-faced helmets. I downloaded this one, both because it looks really good, but also because I've got some NPC overhauls, and I like to see the different flavors of NPCs that are added into the game. And what this does is any helmet that has like eye holes or an open face, it sort of expands on that, so you can see the head and face underneath. And that's it for armor mods right there. Next on the list is some audio overhaul. Just the one right now. Got audio overhaul for Skyrim. I like it. It's very subdued, understated, but quite good. I saw Sounds of Tamriel, which adds sounds to the game, primarily in cities and such, where you just hear ambient noises. But I don't like it so much. I like the idyllic sounds of Skyrim much more than I would like walking into a city and being hit by a wall of sound. So this is what I'm going with for my only audio overhaul at the moment. Next, some body changes. We of course have Apache Skyhair, the probably the largest and best hair replacer or hair set in the game. I adds over 100, or right under 100 hairstyles for both genders. So almost 200 hairstyles have been added to the game with Apache Skyhair. And it's used by NPCs, by other character makeovers and overhauls, and gives you tons and tons of selection and character creation. Total Character Makeover is an NPC replacer, which sort of redoes faces of all sorts of NPCs across Skyrim. I have this one loaded before all of my other NPC replacers, so that way the other ones get priority over this one. This one is a very general overhaul, as opposed to the other ones that we'll see further down the list, which focus on a much more selective group of non-player characters. Caliente's beautiful body enhancers. CBBE is the in my opinion, the best body overhaul mod. There is, of course, UUNP and a couple of others. Dianized, I'm sorry. UUNP is a big one, but I prefer Caliente's version. UUNP, Female Body Renewal, is loaded after Total Character Makeover. This one just changes some of the NPC bodies. Again, something always good to have to make them look a little bit more realistic and lifelike. Bug fixes, sort of bug fixes. Of course, you're running the unofficial Skyrim patch. That's a given. Everyone has to run that basically. I can't recommend it enough. I've got hunters, not bandits. What this means is the hunters would run around and they would use the generic bandit dialogues. So they'd be they'd be hunting a rabbit or something, and they'd be like, "I'm gonna kill you," or they'd just be screaming things at like a rabbit, and it doesn't make much sense for a bandit to be doing that. They should be a little bit sneakier, a little bit more quiet, and they shouldn't be these just brutish bandits, basically. Simple auto unequip ammo. When you unequip your bow, it unequips the arrows that are that you're using with that bow. So that's what it does on the tin, except it also remembers which ammo you had equipped last. So if you re-equip a different bow or the same bow, it will automatically re-equip the arrows for it. I love it. Most times you see the castles category, it's huge player homes that don't have a lot of functionality. Volkihar Castle Rebuilt is just a rebuild of the original Volkihar Castle, makes it look a bit more lived in. You have, you know, a coven of vampires living here for the last several thousand years. They really haven't taken care of the castle in vanilla Skyrim. This makes it so that it's cleaned up. There's not rubble everywhere. You know, you don't have cobwebs everywhere. It just looks cleaner, a little bit more lived in. We've got the CBBE presets, R246 race menu presets, R246 female presets. These are just character presets, does what it says on the tin. Increase carry weight on level up. I have so many mods installed that add so many things, and there are so many other systems that require me to carry more things on my person that a 5-point carry weight increase every time I choose stamina only isn't enough. I cannot survive on the 300 points of carry weight that is I have in the normal game, even with backpacks and pouches and stuff like that. My tent weighs like 40 pounds. So I have this. It adds 5 points to your carry weight every time you level up. And if you choose stamina, it will add another 5. This mod applies retroactively via a potion that's added to your inventory. That seems fairly fair and balanced to me. You're getting stronger every time you level up, and I believe that should extend to carry weight, and not just when you choose stamina. You're the goddamn Dragonborn, for crying out loud. Just give me it. Once I go through all the towns, I'm going to be installing the Great Cities overhaul. I like these cities a little bit more than I like JK's minor cities, so I'm going to throw this one in. So far, I've already said I'm going to replace Solitude, Winterhold, and Dawnstar. All of those things are replaced in the Great Cities overhauls, so that's what I'm going for next. Windhelm Bridge. The bridge outside the city of Windhelm is a little bit boring in vanilla. This one adds a marketplace in the center of the bridge and a little bit of covering overhead. Makes it look immersive, makes it look interesting, and it's fun to visit. That's a patch that allows me to run a lighting mod with a city overhaul mod, JK Skyrim in this case. JK Skyrim I've been talking about a lot. It's an all-in-one replacer for every city, town, settlement, village, and settlement in Skyrim. Huge overhaul. Love it, mostly. And I haven't explored all of them yet, but I really love what he's done with Whiterun, and it's the best Windhelm replacer I've found thus far. Not so great on the small cities because, I don't know, I just don't like Dawnstar and Winterhold in his edition very much, and there's some better ones out there. But I'm going to play through all of the cities, towns, and hamlets, find out if they are what I'm looking for, find out which ones I don't like, and the benefit of using JK Skyrim is that it is modular. I can reinstall and uninstall it when I want. There are different cities in it when I want. Environmental overhauls. Realistic Water 2. It's a water overhaul. Ooh. Verdant. Grass overhaul. Excuse me. And then I also have somewhere a Flora of Skyrim tree overhaul. Somewhere. That overhauls the trees and bushes and stuff. Verdant just overhauls the grasses. Followers, I've got Inigo, the highest rated follower on the Nexus, I believe. He is immersive, he is funny, and he's a good fighter, and he's smart. He's got his own processing in his brain that's going on, and you can break him if you use a follower mod on him. Speaking of follower mods, I've got amazing follower tweaks. I prefer this one over the other ones. Extended follower framework, extensible follower framework, I believe, and the old UFO ultimate follower overhaul. I prefer AFT more than all of those. I got Rosa Roundbottom. It's an adult mod. When you install her, she comes naked, pretty much, with a very skimpy barbarian armor. She uses the CBBE body, and what I did, because I tested all the mods before I started my playthrough, I went and I found her, and then I gave her some clothes to wear. So when I find her in-game, when I'm in the middle of a stream, you're not going to see naked Rosa, and I'm not going to get banned from YouTube and Twitch. Gameplay effects and changes. Huge. Second only to, well, not second, this not even close to second. But it's a pretty big category. BS AI projectile dodge. Someone's not looking at you, they don't detect you, you shoot an arrow at them, and for the hell of it, they sidestep it. This mod, this little tweak, removes that. The random movements there, when you engage an enemy like that, they have to detect you in order to make that function work. Andromeda, Standing Stones of Skyrim. Standing Stones overhaul. They add new effects to every standing stone, change out some of the old ones, make them much more interesting. As someone who's put in thousands of hours of Skyrim playtime, this is a must to make it interesting again. Excuse me. Next, we have Become High King of Skyrim. This is a late game mod that I'm going to be playing with. It does what it says on the tin. It's going to allow me to become the High King of Skyrim myself. Instead of, supporting Elisif or Ulfric, I can be the High King. I can decide who lives and dies. And it adds a continuation of the Great War. Eventually, after you do a couple of quests and such, the Thalmor invade. You get to decide whether you want to join them or fight it, or lead the defense against them. That's where the Thalmor armor that I was talking about earlier is going to come into play. I've got a horse overhaul, and Name Your Horse is a little tweak that I have that allows me to actually name my horses. When you go to a stable and you ask them about the horse they have for sale, they'll tell you that that horse has a name, but when you buy it, it'll just say that the horse belongs to your character. For instance, when I bought Queen Alfsiger from the Whiterun stables, it just said Amelia's horse. So I got this, and I renamed the horse to what the stable hand told me it was named. Run for Your Lives is the next mod on the list. This mod tells NPCs to run and hide in buildings when a dragon attacks. This way, I don't just get random letters about, 3 or 4 random letters after a dragon attacks about beggar number 1 was killed by a dragon. Have some gold for pity. I like to use Simply Knock. It allows you to just knock on a door immersively, and if your speech skill is high enough, the NPC can just come and unlock the door for you, even if it's after closing time. Unfortunately, this mod caused CTDs, crashed desktops, and infinite loading times for me, so I had to uninstall it, unfortunately. I'm hoping it gets an update at some point that makes it work with whatever has made it stop working for me. Cutting Room Floor is the next mod. This mod is a interesting one. It re-adds into the game some content that Bethesda made that they cut, that data miners found deep in the Skyrim's code. So the Cutting Room Floor adds that back in. Some of the quests are unfinished, some of the voice lines are not voiced, but it's there now, and it's interesting to see what Bethesda would have done if they had more time. Finished FNIS data. That's just something that gets added every time you run FNIS. Baronzaya quest markers, the unusual gems that you find in Skyrim, are everywhere. I think there's 24 or 26 of them. There's a lot, and they are in some out-of-the-way places. You know, there's only 14 of them in towns, or 12 or 14 of them in towns, which means that the other ones are all in random caves and ruins. This one will mark them all on my map with quest markers once that quest is activated in the miscellaneous quests tab. On that note, it also moves No Stone Unturned, the quest for the Baronzaya stones of Baronzaya, into miscellaneous rather than its own standalone quest to clean up your journal. Alternate start, live another life. I'm sure everyone knows what this mod does. Most people have played with this mod themselves. You can choose a different start rather than just going through the Helgen sequence with the cart and the dragon and the execution. You can choose something different and then go back to Helgen later after you hear the news and investigate. Hearthfire, multiple adoptions and custom home support, says what it does in the tin. In Hearthfire, you could only adopt 2 children. This one allows you to adopt 6 children. And you can set custom homes added by other mods as a home to support your children that you've adopted. For some reason, it doesn't work on the home overhaul that I'm using for Breeze Home in Whiterun, but oh well, really. I'm going to be moving out of that one later in the game anyways. It's convenient, it's beautiful, and we'll talk about it later. Dragonborn delayed, Dawnguard delayed. These mods, add time in between, the Dragonborn delayed and Dawnguard delayed add time before these quests start. So Dragonborn, which is the one where you go to the DLC, where you go to Solstheim and fight Mirak and Apocrypha with Hermaeus Mora, this one is delayed until, the people of Skyrim really find out that you're the Dragonborn. There's no reason, there's no reason for them to know as soon as you walk past them the day after you're called by the Greybeards that, oh my god, you, a random person walking down the street, are the Dragonborn. When even you yourself don't quite know what the Dragonborn is. This one delays it until after you complete the quest Elder Knowledge. Dawnguard delayed does the same thing, but this one is level based. I decided I push it back to level 20, which will be pretty good. I'm currently sitting at level 12, so I've still got a little bit of time left. I've been playing about 2 weeks, 3 days a week, and I'm at level 12, so I got a little bit of time left. And this one, Dawnguard delayed, no vampire attacks in towns, does what it says. I'm sick and tired of walking into Whiterun past 3 or 4 guards, and there are just vampires standing there next to a guard, and then as soon as you walk in the gate they attack and kill people. That's not my cup of tea, so I've got this one, does what it says. Magical College of Winterhold is part of the guilds and factions category. This one overhauls the College of Winterhold, makes it seem a little bit more impressive, a little bit more beautiful, and has some unique things added to it. Opulent Thieves Guild does a similar thing with the Thieves Guild. After you complete the Rebuilding the Thieves Guild quest line, the Thieves Guild becomes a lot more beautiful. They've got treasure everywhere and looks much more impressive for a Thieves Guild. A guild of all the best thieves in Skyrim, that is. Hunting in Skyrim adds a Hunter's Guild out of the Drunken Huntsman in Whiterun, I believe. I think, maybe not. That's what it was in Oldrim when I played the mod when it was back in beta. It's still in beta, I guess. So we'll see where it is this time. I haven't even started this mod yet. Patches from Magical College of Winterhold right here. Oh my gosh, we're about halfway through the list and I have a really, really dry throat. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go get some water, then I will be right back. In the meantime, enjoy the music. And I am back for the second half-ish of the list of my mods that I'm using in the Skyrim Ultra Modded playthrough. I just talked about the guilds and factions and overhauling all of that with Magical College Winterhold, Opulent Thieves Guild, and Hunting in Skyrim. Next, we've got the Immersion mods, and this is a huge section. We've got the Relationship Dialogue Overhaul. This one adds new lines, fully voice acted, into the relationship conversations. Basically, if you're going to become married to a person, or if you want or are married to a person, this adds more voice lines. As you explore Skyrim, you can find a whole bunch of signposts that have signs pointing the way to different settlements. Point the Way adds more of these. They add one at pretty much every intersection of roads. It doesn't make sense for there to be some at some intersections and not one at every intersection, so this mod really fills in the gaps in the signpost network. People Are Strangers is a good mod for immersion. As you go through the world, exploring it for the first time or for a new time, your character doesn't automatically know who everyone is. If you walk into Riverwood, see the blacksmith, and you chose the Stormcloak to go through the keep, you're not going to know the blacksmith's name is Hadvar, or that the elf who works at the mill is named Sven. So why does that automatically tell you that in-game? This mod makes it so when you go up to someone you've never met before, their name space is empty, or it says strangers. Or in my case, with the race option enabled, it'll say what race they are. So you go up to a random Nord, whose name is whatever, Mikhail, for example, and it says interact Nord with this Nord, this guy here. And then once you talk to him, it's assumed that you introduced yourself and they introduce themselves back, and it gives you their name. Next is Hunterborn. This is a hunting overhaul mod that I'm probably not going to play with much longer. It makes my playthroughs very long, and it takes so much time in-game to do it that I am either going to disable some of its options and effects, or I'm going to disable it outright. But it's a good mod. I like it. If I were playing on just a survival playthrough without a lot of other quest mods installed and everything that I really want to get through in the next couple of months, I would definitely use Hunterborn. It's a great immersion and hunting overhaul. The Joy of Perspective that I've got a patch for up here is a mod that allows you to look down in first person view and see your body, see your arms, see your legs as you walk, which makes a lot of sense and really adds to the immersion of the game. Can't recommend it enough. The only problem I have, with this mod is that it the camera can sometimes get a little bit messed up depending on what skeleton mods you have enabled. So keep that in mind if you're going to be using it. The Not So Fast main quest mod does the same thing as these delayed mods that I had up here. It adds about 10 days in between each step of the main quest. So when I went up to Bleak Falls Barrow to grab the Dragonstone, I brought it back to Farengar in Whiterun Dragon's Reach, and then he spent some time analyzing it. I was just told, thank you for your work. You're free to go your way. 10 days later, I got a little bit of a prompt in my quest log that said, I wonder how that court wizard is doing with the Dragonstone I gave him. You should go find out. So you go up there, and then that prompts the dragon attack to happen. Instead of it just being boom, 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 bam, 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 you got some time in between each quest. It makes it immersive, makes it interesting, and allows you to think through the implications of the quest and to sort of, you feel free to explore without being hamstrung by main quest line prompts. Have you ever been following an NPC because you have to for a quest? right down the path. You're both running, and then you pull ahead of him by 1 pace, 3 paces, 10 paces, and then you have to stop and wait for him. Or have you ever been walking with an NPC through town, and all of a sudden they're walking faster than you, so you have to, toggle your walk off and go back to running to catch up to them. This mod sets the NPC movement speeds at running and walking to your movement speeds, to match your movement speeds. I can't thank this mod enough, because I couldn't complain enough about that problem in the original game. So run and walk at your own pace, highly recommended. The Hunterborn mod that I talked about adds a new system for crafting called Scrimshaw that is about bones and animal parts. Scrimshaw Expanded allows this, these are just patches for it. Scrimshaw Expanded adds more options to that, adds bone armors, a couple more bone weapons, which is just sort of a nice touch to Hunterborn. If I disable Hunterborn, I'll have to disable this, so that is definitely something that I'm going to have to look into, whether I want to totally disable Hunterborn. And thank you for the compliment. I've spent a lot of time on this load order. As you can probably tell, we're a little bit about halfway through, and I've already covered almost 100 mods. Next is Immersive Patrols. This one does what it says. It adds patrols in the game. Normally walking along paths and such, you come across Stormcloaks and Imperial patrols. This one adds bandit patrols, patrols of city guards, patrols of Forsworn. Basically just sort of expands patrols throughout Skyrim and adds chances for skirmishes to happen between those patrols. So just in my last playthrough, I came across 5 Imperials and 5 Stormcloaks duking it out in the middle of a mountain pass. I watched, and I killed a couple of Imperials and stole their armor. And it was just something that you don't normally see in vanilla Skyrim. Recommended. Relationship dialogue overhaul. We talked about that earlier. This is the actual mod for it. Real names. This one, if you come across a randomly named NPC in Skyrim, in my playthrough, you have never seen them before in your Skyrim playthroughs, don't worry about it. It's because of this mod. I've got a couple mods that add characters to the game, but they're just named, villager or, refugee. This one, once you talk to them for the first time, will assign them a name from a random database. It's immersive because it will assign Dark Elves Dark Elf names and Argonians Argonian names, and is something that I can't recommend for those of you who have other NPCs added to the game. This mod is a must-have. Because I added immersive patrols earlier, I also got Man Those Borders. This one adds border checkpoints between each of the holds, whether that be little watchtowers or small fortifications in a mountain pass. It adds some guards, it adds some real sense that Skyrim is a group of holds put together. It's not just one homogeneous province. It has holds within it, and each of those holds have their own guard armies and their own fortifications. Pretty interesting to play through. I've never played with it before, but I'm liking it so far. In original Skyrim, the Old Rim, there was a dual sheath redux that allowed you to wear both weapons that you had equipped on like opposite hips or hold 2 staves on your back. I couldn't find dual sheath redux for special edition, but I found this instead. Ecotone dual sheath does exactly what the other one did, and it works. It just works. Even better quest objectives overhauls some of the quest objectives that are listed in your journal. It basically does what it says. It adds more verbiage. Says, instead of saying, oh, I heard about this cave, I should go explore it, it'll instead say, oh, I heard about this cave southwest of Riften along the road just to the west of, Shore's Watchtower or whatever, which is going to make it a little bit more immersive because I'm using something further down that makes my compass disappear for quite a while, and that's Immersive HUD, which I guess isn't in the immersive category. Wet and cold makes your character look wet and cold when the weather permits it. So if it's raining, or if you take a quick dip in one of Skyrim's lakes, your character will start dripping water particles, particle effects. Or if it's blizzarding, snow will accumulate on your armor. Or if you go in freezing water and get out, the water will be on you, but it will freeze and you'll get covered in frost. It's sort of a really cool little tweak to the way your character participates in the world around you. I need food, water, and sleep. This adds those 3 metrics to the game. So you have to manage your hunger, your thirst, and your exhaustion. It's a very lightweight framework. Just uses a couple scripts to make your game a little bit more survival mode-ish. Another patch for RDO, and then we get into landscape changes after we talk about wearable lanterns. I am using a lighting overhaul called Enhanced Lights and Effects, ELFX, which is somewhere else, I guess. And it makes Skyrim dark. I don't want to carry a torch around all the time, just so that you guys can see what's going on in the stream. Wearable lanterns adds a lantern that I can put on my hip and toggle with the push of a button. Basically lights up the game a little bit more, and I don't have to use an arm so that you guys can see that I'm fighting a super ugly Draugr, like an especially ugly Draugr. So we got some patches for my grass mods. Yeah, can't really talk about those very much. They do what they say, make it so that grass doesn't grow where it ain't supposed to grow. Spells Emit Light is another mod in the same vein as wearable lanterns. When you hold a ball of fire in your hand, you haven't cast it yet, but it's sitting there, and you can see it looks like a big old ball of fire. Except that fire doesn't cast any light. Or, you know, your healing spell that's a sunburst in your hand doesn't cast any light. That makes you wonder, what is it actually in your hand? This mod eliminates that confusion. Spells you hold in your hands cast light, and it adds shadow effects for the fingers of your hand. So it lights up the world around you in a very immersive way. I love it for a magic overhaul. It's not really an overhaul, it's just a little tweak to make it more important. Well, that's a good point. The Antranax don't emit light. I believe this changes that one as well. I couldn't really tell last time I was fighting Antranax. I died a million times, so I was really, really angry. So I couldn't tell that for certain, but I believe it does do that. I talked earlier about the animated dragon wings. This is the flying mod that I'm using in conjunction with that. Will allow me to jump into the air with myself and my followers, which will make it a good late game alternative to fast travel. Another late game alternative to fast travel is the Psijic teleport spells, harkening back to the old mark and recall spells of previous Elder Scrolls titles. This one is just something I've never played with before, so I want to try it out, see if it's good enough for a late game travel overhaul, and play around with getting places in a hurry. Flying mod, yeah, okay. If you ever completed the Master Spells questlines of the College of Winterhold, you know that you don't really get very great spells. You gotta stand in place for 3 seconds to cast a Master Spell, and most of them deal like 140 damage. Well, the strongest ones deal 140 damage in the Destruction School. This one overhauls the Master Spells, adds a couple more, shortens their casting time, and extends their duration or radius. Also, it adds some new ones or changes old ones, and especially in like the Illusion School. That's what I'm playing through that one with. Especially late game, when you have a whole bunch of treasures and you want to go sell them to a merchant, and you find out this treasure is worth, 4,000 septims, and you can't find a merchant that has more than 800. That doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if they're selling swords that cost, 800 septims apiece. So this one overhauls all of the Skyrim merchants to have more coin on their person. Anyone who's played Skyrim, vanilla Skyrim, has probably run into a portion of the game where they're trying to sprint and then you jump across a gap in a platform or something. And then you find out you can't do that. It just isn't part of the animations in normal Skyrim. Better jumping makes it so you can jump while sprinting. And you're absolutely right. This is one of the most important mods for convenience in the game. I can't emphasize it enough how terrible it is to not be able to jump while sprinting. In real life, it's really hard to get a lot of jumping distance whilst from a standstill, and it's not much different in Skyrim. So sprinting, jumping is super, super helpful. Got a couple of utilities right here, Papyrus and J containers, just resources for other mods to use. Now we are into sort of the later half of my mod list. We've got models and textures up now. I'm using the Skyrim 2017 textures, which I believe is the #1 mod downloaded from Nexus. Let me check that really quick for you. Popular all-time. Yeah, popular all-time. #1 is Skyrim 2017 textures. I might change that to Noble Skyrim. I've noticed a lot of streamers and mod reviewers talking about Noble Skyrim being the best texture overhaul, so that might be something that I look into in the next couple of weeks. But for now, I'm using their 4K textures for Skyrim 2017. I talked about the Stones of Baranzaya quest markers earlier and how convenient those were. JS Baranzaya quest markers, or not quest markers, sort of change the way everything looks with a 4K overhaul. Just look at this crown of Baranzaya and how downright sexy it is. I just can't even look at it. It's so much more glowy than even the character, and this, I can see this level of detail in the game with the stones, and it is absolutely incredible. I can't wait to get this crown and like hang it on a wall somewhere and just look at it for 10 to 15 minutes. Oh my gosh, it is absolutely beautiful. Okay. Enough about that. Anyone in Skyrim modding knows about SMIM, the Static Mesh Improvement mod. It overhauls the meshes of countless Skyrim objects just for the minutia of the game, things that other mods don't normally overhaul. We're talking about the little fences, we're talking about barrels, signs, ropes around posts in Skyrim are just painted on in the normal texture packs. SMIM makes those things 3D, makes them much more robust and interesting to look at. Just walking through Riverwood, for example, is now far more interesting to look at. More Skyrim 2017 textures, and then we've got a couple body textures here. We got the feminine Argonian textures and feminine Khajiit textures for CBBE. I'm not going to pull them up on the Nexus because they are adult mods, technically. At least the body models are. I have the versions installed, obviously, for streaming, where they're wearing like bikinis or lingerie. So that's what we've got. They sort of make the bodies a little bit more realistic or a little bit more human, so that it's more attractive, more fun to play with. Book covers Skyrim. This one is an interesting one to look at. So it just changes all of the books so they have unique covers. You just look at them. They all look nice. And it's going to make my bookshelves look nice as well. So I have the desaturated version, which makes them sort of washed out colors, as opposed to these bright, vibrant colors that look like they belong in modern day libraries. After that, we go to convenient horses. This is the mod that I'm on the fence about. It's good for a horse overhaul, but I like some of the other features that other horse overhauls do instead, like immersive horses that make the horses have more stamina. They're hardy Skyrim steeds. They're meant for having a whole bunch of stamina. That's why they look all short and stocky. So I'm considering not using convenient horse, but being able to call your horse to wherever you are, to store things on your horse. It's just so much more convenient, especially with the hunting overhaul that I use, Hunterborn. So I'm on the fence. Let me know what you think. Do you use a horse overhaul, and which one do you use if that's the case? Okay, we've got 3 more minutes till 8 o'clock Eastern time. Normally about this time I'd be getting ready to play Skyrim, but I've got another quarter of a mod list to go, so let's just plow through it and then play until midnight tonight. I think that's my plan. Campfire, this is another one that everyone knows about pretty much. It adds a camping system to the game, so while you're walking out on the roads and your needs mod says, oh, you need to sleep for the next 6 hours to be well rested, you can just set up a campfire. Make a little campfire, put up a couple of tents, and then go to sleep. It's also a framework for a couple of other mods that I have since uninstalled, namely Frostfall. Gonna look into that. It wasn't quite working the way it should have been, but I can't recommend Campfire, the complete camping system overhaul, quite enough. Next up, we've got Organized Bandits in Skyrim. That's something similar to the Immersive Patrols mod that I talked about earlier. It adds bandit patrols and bandit clans to Skyrim. It also adds over 2,000 unique bandits into the random load list for the bandit faction. So this is going to make bandits remain a threat through late game with the bandit gangs that it adds, and it really makes the bandits much more interesting to fight because they all have unique loot and unique looks. Populated towns and cities isn't the greatest mod, but it's nice to use, especially with some of the other mods that I have, overhauling the cities and making names invisible until you actually greet someone. This one adds, a dozen to 2 dozen random NPCs to every city. People who aren't named in the normal version of the mod. They just sort of walk around and do their thing. Make the city feel like it has more people in it. This meshes really well with real names of Skyrim. Like I was talking about earlier, it assigns all these random NPCs that are just called villager or, priest. It assigns all of those people actual names appropriate for their races. So I recommend, if you download this mod, to download the real names mod as well. Okay. No NPC meetings. Greetings, I'm sorry. If you've ever walked into an inn in Skyrim, you know that it's like the holy grail of getting quests. If you walk into an inn late at night, everyone in the inn will start to talk to you. No NPC greetings makes it so that the only people who try to talk to you are people within your sight cone. So about 100 degrees or so in your sight, those people are the people who will greet you and say, "Have you heard about that bandit in the cave out by White River? By the White River?" And you're like, "Sure, let's add it to my journal." Instead of everyone and their brother running up to you and just talking to you for no reason. Immersive College NPCs is the next NPC mod. I talked about the College of Winterhold earlier, and anyone who is around for the first couple of episodes of my Ultramodded playthrough knows that I hemmed and hawed over which College of Winterhold overhaul to use. There are 3 of them. At that point, I only knew of 2 big ones. I'm currently using Magical College of Winterhold, but I liked the things that the Immersive College of Winterhold adds. The Magical College of Winterhold improves the current college a lot. I like it. but the Immersive College of Winterhold adds NPCs, it adds new schedules, it adds new areas to the college, and I liked that too. So I like the Magical College of Winterhold a little bit better in terms of aesthetics, so I went with that one, and then I chose the Immersive College NPCs mod to add several more students, teachers, and guards to the college so that I get a little bit of the functionality of the Immersive College in the Magical College. I talked about NPC overhauls earlier with the CBBE enhancers and the UNP replacers. Bidgen NPCs is, I believe, the last NPC mod, or Bidgen AIO really, because I have all three of the Bidgen mods here. These are the last ones that I have in my load order for NPC overhauls, so that they overwrite all the other ones. These ones just are much more attentive to detail. Oh, that's an adult. They're all adult content, so I can't show them right now. So I like these mods as an NPC overhaul or replacer. So I highly recommend them if you're going to look for different looks for your NPCs. NPCs is just your random people in Skyrim. War Maidens are your people like Aela the Huntress or Uthgerd in the Bannered Mare, or those types of people. And Bidgen Wives are all of the non-War Maidens that you can marry, and those are all overhauled in the Wives add-on. Frostfall, I mentioned earlier, I couldn't quite get to work properly. I noticed in my last session that my hoods and my cloaks would display an armor rating or a warmth rating, but when I equipped them, it wouldn't actually apply that rating. Frostfall is a hypothermia overhaul, in case you didn't know. It makes it so that the windy Skyrim makes you get really cold unless you are bundled up. For some reason, it's just not working for me right now. Otherwise, I highly recommend it. Back when I played it in Oldrim, I loved it. So if you can get it to work for yourself, I recommend it. The RS's Children overhaul is a very fantasy-like child overhaul. Let me just pull up some pictures here. This is Aventus Arentino, the boy in Whiterun who's doing, or in Windhelm, who's doing the Black Sacrament. I mean, it just, wow. I mean, of course you got the ENB in this picture, but even the normal kids in the random towns throughout Skyrim, they now look interesting. Sort of makes the faces narrower so they're not fat-headed children, which is a big complaint of most people in Skyrim. And this is just one of several children overhauls that I compared a couple weeks ago. And then just this last week I settled on RS Children as my child overhaul, simply because it adds different clothing. Being able to see, let's see if I can find the picture I'm looking for. No. Well, this is a vampire child, Babette from the Dark Brotherhood. The picture I'm looking for is the Skull child. No. Anywho, it like adds new clothing. That's basically why I chose RS over any other child overhaul that I found. Then I've got some big new lands mods. Of course, if you are back from the original Skyrim modding communities, you remember Falskar adds a completely new land that you teleport to from a cave outside of Riften. It's an old one, but it's a good one. Fully voice acted. I love it. Can't wait to play through it again. I've never played through Beyond Skyrim or any of their projects, so I'm looking forward to trying those out in this new playthrough. I've got both Beyond Skyrim Bruma and Beyond Reach. So can't wait to play through them, look at the new and old scenery brought forward 10-15 years into Skyrim. Oh, it's one of my favorite songs. Okay, like, favorited, subscribe. Okay. Overhauls, another big section. Coming up on a couple more big sections. We got Ordinator, Perks of Skyrim. Back when I was playing Oldrim, I went with Percus Maximus. Now in Special Edition, I am a die-hard Ordinator fan. What this does is it changes completely the makeup of the skill trees. Just look at these skill trees and how expansive they now are. Back in Destruction, you had maybe 20 perks. I mean, I count like over 30 in that tree. And this is going to mesh really well with Sacrosanct, which we'll talk about later, which is a Skyrim overhaul. Not a Skyrim overhaul. Of course it's a Skyrim overhaul. It's a vampire overhaul that we're going to talk about later by the same guy. It just changes a couple of things to make them a little bit more immersive with your perks. It adds a couple of new playstyles as well. The auto cannons that it adds in the smithing tree, and other things for conjuring and archery and everything. Just everything is completely overhauled. Can't recommend it enough. We've got so many perks in that tree though, and I'm planning on not making this playthrough last for months and months and months. So I added the option that adds more perks. This mod here, 50%, is a tweak. It adds an extra perk point every 2 levels. I've got a extra perk point added every time you get a skill to level 50, 75, and 100. Basically make it so I level through them faster, so I can change my playstyle up 3 or 4 times throughout the playthrough that I'm going to go through the next couple of months. I've got CFTO, Carriage and Fast Travel Overhaul. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm trying not to fast travel through the map in Skyrim, even though I have a map overhaul that we'll talk about in a bit. So I limited my fast travel in the beginning just to carriages and ferries. This one adds carriages to all of the minor towns. It adds ferries to every settlement that's on a body of water. And it expands carriages so they'll drop you off at settlements. And it changes pricing and everything too. So it costs 40 gold to go from a capital of a hold to a capital of another hold. It costs 60 gold to go from the capital of a hold to a town or village within that hold. And it costs 80 gold to go to a minor town or village in a different hold. So there's a whole bunch of things that happen in CFTO. I highly recommend it if you're going to go through for a no fast travel playthrough. If this is going to be your only method of fast travel, I think it's immersive enough to use, so I highly recommend CFTO. Hearthfire Extended is down here. We'll talk about that in a bit after we go through the next ones. Sacrosanct is a vampire overhaul done by the same person who made Ordinator. Let me pull this up so I can say his name. No, I can't. I can't say his name. Slyan? I don't know. Anyways, it's a vampire overhaul that I settled on because it's by the same person who made Ordinator. And it does the same thing. It adds a lot more perks to the Vampire Lord skill tree, as well as making original vampires of actual playable playstyle. So not just Vampire Lords now, but actual vampires. You know, your normal humanoid vampires are both dangerous and now fun to play as. It adds the ability, it adds several more tiers. So instead of it just having the 4 days of not feeding, it actually adds, you know, perks for each race. I was thinking about Wildcat as a combat overhaul. I actually don't have a combat overhaul installed currently, so that's still on the books, but I haven't actually decided on one yet. And there's more powers, more levels of vampire, different spells you can get, perks, feeding options. Just, it's huge. Everything that this guy does is absolutely huge. Can't recommend his work enough. Again, thank you to No Copyright Sounds for the music tonight. Highly appreciated. We've got the guard dialogue overhaul. This was recommended on a channel called Bro Jewel. Basically, it makes it so the guards don't talk about the arrow to the knee all the time. You'll hear some more rare lines of dialogue that you won't normally hear in a standard Skyrim playthrough. And it makes it so that once they're done talking to you, they don't just stand there and say, hey, 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 like over and over again to you. So, yeah. The other college overhaul that I was thinking of was Obscure College Winterhold. This adds housing for all of those immersive college NPCs that I was talking about earlier, but I don't like it quite as much as the Magical College overhaul that I am currently using. I'm not a werewolf yet, so I haven't used Moonlight Tales, but I saw it on a featured portion on Nexus Mods a little while ago. Liked what I saw, so I'm going to play through it, find out what it's all about, and come back and explain that once I know. Hearthfire Extended is an expansion, obviously, on Hearthfire. It basically makes it so you can create furniture in rooms that furniture isn't normally in. It adds some things like rugs. It expands rooms, like the cellar is expanded, so you can add wings onto that are custom added in this mod. You've got different crafting options, you know, the apiaries that are added in Falkreath Hold's Hearthfire house. You can now make apiaries at any of the house, and Falkreath now has 5 apiaries instead of just the 1, or 3 apiaries instead of just the 1, I believe, and other things like that, including roads and carriage overhauls and planters and all the good stuff. Talked about carriage and ferry travel overhaul earlier, CFTO. Patches. Sky UI is a must-have for any modder. We'll talk about that more once we come across it. Animated Celtic icons allows you to choose a different icon set in Sky UI. That's an actual animated one, so you'll see little particle effects and spinny doodads and stuff. So that's something that'll be fun to look at. Campfire and Frostfall. It's a patch. Do I perspective patches? Patches. This might be why Hunterborn. No, it's not Hunterborn. It's Frostfall that isn't working. Patches. Quinn is a huge patcher from old games. He's the guy who did this this patch Copiendum here, and Nexus just did a feature with him this last week. Recommend you guys go check it out. He is prolific in the modding community, across modding communities even, which is something fairly impressive for a, hobby, I'd say. This one makes it so you can patch commonly used mods together without downloading one big patch. Instead of downloading, a million small patches, it downloads one big patch. Unlimited bookshelves lets you put as many books as will fit on a shelf on a bookshelf. In normal Skyrim, it caps out on, I believe, like 10 on a normal sized bookshelf, which goes maybe half of the way across the shelf. This one allows you to put 30 books on a bookshelf so that they all fill across the whole shelf. Breeze Home is the Breeze Home overhaul that I'm using by Eleonora. MXR Mods is basically in love with all of her house mods. I believe it's a her. But Breeze Home is, in my opinion, the most beautiful of the house overhauls that Eleonora has done. It's super sexy inside. You'll see it inevitably when I actually play through. I just downloaded this last time. The Lofty Loft is a Thalmor-inspired house in Solitude. It doesn't really feel super Thalmor-inspired, but it's a nice little nook that I can just use as a place to lay my head in solitude. Yeah, you are right. Eleonora is a stickler for the details, and all of the clutter and the lighting and everything in the house is just unbelievable. Legacy of the Dragonborn is something that I've been meaning to play for the last several playthroughs of Skyrim that I've done, and I'm finally just getting around to it. It adds a museum in Solitude that's all about you, the Dragonborn. So all of your unique things that you collect along your playthrough have a place to be displayed, and it adds a whole bunch of other things that can be displayed and collected throughout the game as well. Helgen Reborn is something that I just started in my last playthrough. Basically it does what it says on the tin. It allows you to rebuild Helgen after it's destroyed by the dragon. I mean, it has quests, it has new NPCs, it has new locations, it has everything. And it was fun to play the first time I played through it back in Oldrim. I'm looking forward to going through it again in Special Edition to see what has changed. A big one. In my opinion, a must-have. In all of my playthroughs of Skyrim, I have never, not once, killed Parthenax and then not immediately reloaded an old save that I didn't kill him in. There's no reason to. He's basically harmless. The blades are psychopaths, and no, I'm just kidding. But honestly, the blades are sworn to serve the Dragonborn Emperors. And you're the last Dragonborn. Honestly, in the lore, you probably have, as a Dragonborn, a better claim to the throne of the Empire than anyone else, especially the crappy Mede dynasty. And then when you say, nah, I don't really want to kill Parthenax, Delphine's like, well, you gotta or we're not gonna help you. And it just ends it there. This one allows you to just sort of lay down the law and say, you know, screw you. I'm gonna leave this cool dragon grandpa alone. And you guys are still gonna be my bodyguards / helpers. So it allows you to progress through the Blades mini quest line after they ask you to kill Parthenax without actually killing Dragon Grandpa. Honestly, how would they know? Let's be real here. How would they know if you killed Parthenax? He lives on the throne of the world. He pretty much never leaves. He's been living there for over 2,000 years, almost 2,000 years, right? And he hasn't gone on a rampage. You're gonna blame him for crimes that were thousands of years ago that he's clearly repented for and spent thousands of years trying to live better? I mean, that's just not the way I live. That's not the way I would like to play through Skyrim. So the Parthenax dilemma, I spent way too much time talking about a tiny mod that this allows you to not kill Parthenax. I haven't played through this mod either, so I'm looking forward to seeing where Skyrim Undeath takes me. So in the same vein as the werewolves and the vampire lords, this mod adds a new transformation into the game called the Lich. It's a quest mod about a powerful necromancer who wants to basically conquer Skyrim, or become all powerful, or whatever necromancers actually want to do with their lives. And you have several options playing through this quest mod to either join him or overthrow him, or just kill him outright and shut down the operation, basically. The long and short of the story is that you can become a powerful undead magic caster. Basically, it looks like you're a dragon priest, floating around and casting powerful magics. And I'm looking forward to playing through it, seeing what it adds, and trying out a brand new Lich form in the game of Skyrim. The actual Legacy of the Dragonborn mod, another one that I haven't played through. I haven't played through a lot of the special edition quest mods, as you can probably tell. Project AHO is a big one that came out a little while ago, that brings the House of Telvanni into the limelight for a little while. Basically, you're kidnapped, sold as a slave in an underground city, and then you spend several hours trying to escape and thwarting plots and making sure the city doesn't burn to the ground. Because you're the Dragonborn. Of course you're fucking gonna save the city. Project AHO looks like a lot of fun, and at the end, I believe you get a mobile player home, so that's something I want to see in action. Patches. This one! Rewritten Arvak is a cool looking mod. Let me be completely honest here. I chose this one because I just had shivers looking at some of the images. In normal Skyrim, when you get Aardvark in the Soul Cairn, and when I first played Dawnguard on the Xbox, I played with Aardvark all the time. He was my horse. But the black bones look plasticky. The purple flames look lame. This mod fixes that. It allows you to select different options. This one is a really cool one. You get bleached white bones and red fire. Make it look like a flame Antranak with black sooty bones and crimson fire, or a frost Antranak, or a storm Antranak. It just looks pretty cool. This one has white bones with the classic Soul Cairn blaze. This is the original style, just sort of overhauled. It's something that I really am looking forward to playing with. So, yay, Arvak. You're going to be looking good with all the rest of my high resolution textures. Back over here. I've been meaning to play with Imperious Races of Skyrim, which basically is sort of like the Standing Stones overhaul that I talked about, but for the races. I'm not going to go through what it all adds because it's another massive overhaul, but I haven't enabled it yet because it's just another thing. So I may or may not put that in once I get a little bit more set into the game, just to sort of shake up the monotony of everything that we're playing through. So that's on the list for something that I can install later, but for right now I'm not playing with it. Talked about flying earlier with the dragon wings. More draconic dragon aspect adds wings and a tail to your dragon aspect shout, and it meshes very nicely with both animated dragon wings and the flying mods. So you can take to the skies, flap your wings, and actually look like a humanoid dragon kin, basically, warrior flying through Skyrim. Because you're Dovahkiin. You are immortal, or you are a dragon in the body of a mortal, and there is no reason that you must remain landbound. You're a dragon, for crying out loud. So, more draconic dragon aspect will mesh nicely with those mods. I haven't picked up the colors mod yet, or I haven't installed it. It changes the colors, much like the Arvak Rewritten mod does. You can have dark green and black with a smoky particle effect, or you can have a flaming dragon wings, and it's just different options for the draconic aspect. Couple of changes for the UI, and by a couple I mean like 10. If you've ever been scrolling through the options in a conversation and you are using your mouse to scroll, and then you want to push E or enter or whatever your select button is on your keyboard to select the option you're pointing at, and it chooses a different option. I'm sure you've probably had that problem. This Better Message Box Controls changes that so that both your mouse and keyboard select the same option. It expands the hitboxes, I guess you could call them, for where clicks happen. So if you have the word yes, or let me just show you a picture. So in vanilla, this is like the hitbox for clicking. And now the hitbox is expanded all the way around the selection area. This is just a quality of life improvement that I highly recommend. Makes things flow a little bit better through the game. Mods enabler, or achievements enabler for mods. I shouldn't be using it. It's a little bit exploitative, because with mods you're not supposed to earn achievements on Steam, for example. But I'm not going to go through and all the achievements in an unmodded playthrough. I don't play Skyrim without mods. I never, except for on the Xbox when it first came out, I've never played without mods. So I'm playing with the achievements enabler. Race menu! Sliders! You wanted the sliders? Race menu brought you sliders upon sliders. It adds hundreds of sliders to the character creation. I recommend it. It's my character creation overhaul of choice. There's a couple of others, but race menu is Slidertopia. It's where I belong. Console commands. I'm good with console commands. I don't use them very much in this playthrough, but when I'm testing things out, I like to be able to see what I need to know. Informative console basically allows you to click on something, for instance, an NPC, and it will bring up more information about that NPC. For example, you can click on Ancano, is the example in the picture here on the Nexus, and it will give you his ID, his types, and then it'll list his spells and stats, and you can expand things out by clicking on certain sections here, which is just nice to have. It also adds, text when you save a game. It'll say, oh, it took you 0.0016 seconds to save, etc. Basically, it's just a quality of life improvement. The quality world map adds a new, higher textured 3D world map. This is the one I'm using in my Skyrim Together playthrough with friends. I'm going to be using the paper version. I couldn't quite get it to work for some reason with the mod list I currently have installed, so I'm going to have to look into that. But I'm using the classic version with roads. It does what it says. It's a better map for Skyrim. Better dialogue controls is the same thing as better message box controls, except the message box was for prompts, and the dialogue controls is for conversations. A Matter of Time adds a little quack. Wow, quack. That was really good. So many mods. I've got 192. We're almost to the end. There's only about a dozen more. A Matter of Time is a clock widget. Adds it to the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Highly customizable. Can give you both in-game and real-world times, which helps a lot when I'm at the end of a long session and I'm like, ugh, I wonder what time it is. And it'll actually tell you that. So, also plays very nicely with immersive HUD. A custom favorites menu. Instead of a little tiny, 400 pixel box maybe in the bottom corner of the screen, it's a full screen option, lists things out sorted by category, and it's pretty good. It says it doesn't play very well with Sky UI, but it does in my experience, so I'm using it. Immersive HUD, iHUD by Gopher, another one of them big mod reviewers, one of my favorites. Gopher is also a modder himself. Immersive HUD is something that allows you to hotkey a button that lets you, hide the compass and your health bars and, the clock widget from A Matter of Time. Basically, so you can have a wider field of view. You're not hampered by, bars and dials and information that you don't need. It's great for taking first-person pictures, screenshots. Yeah, I recommend it very highly. Display enemy levels. I saw this in a couple of streams that I was watching recently, so I picked it up myself. It basically just adds a little level indicator, and numeric health values for the enemies you're fighting, which is pretty good. You can see, oh, this bandit coming at me has 480 health, and my weapon does 13 damage. Maybe I'm not quite ready to attack this guy, or something like that. If you see something who's way out of your level range, you're probably not at the right time to fight a Forsworn Briarheart at level 51. Sky UI. Everyone knows what Sky UI is. If you're not using Sky UI, who are you, honestly? It's necessary for, probably a quarter of all mods. It's just the best UI overhaul in the game. Probably why it's one of the only UI overhauls in the game. And now I need to slide the screen up so you can see the bottom of my menu. Now we're into utilities. I'm not using add item menu. It is a testing utility. So if you have a mod that adds armor pieces or weapons, you can use this, select the mod you have installed, and then it will just click what item you want to add to your inventory from that mod, so you can test things out quickly enough to use. Body slide is a utility that works with CBBE to make exactly the body you want to use. It also works on outfits. So, yeah, so I recommend it for using to customize everything about your game. Fusro Do is a little tweak. If you have mods that have lines that are subtitled but aren't voiced, the game will just flick through them. As soon as it pops up, it'll flick out, flick off into the next line. Fusro Do adds timing to those lines. So a subtitled line that has 20 words in it, it'll wait 6 or 7 seconds, however long it would normally take, to say a 20-word sentence out loud, so you have enough time to actually read the subtitles as they go through. It helps a lot in unvoiced followers, quest mods that aren't polished, that have every line of dialogue voice acted. Recommended as a lightweight thing that you just need to have to make those types of mods function properly. ELFX is my lighting mod of choice. There are so many options when it comes to lighting mods, and you add EMBs into the mix, it just becomes an almost infinite number of choices. I like ELFX because it darkens things, but it adds more lights, and it makes the lighting much more realistic. Light comes from light sources instead of being just ambient in the world, and it just looks the best of all of the lighting overhauls, in my opinion. Let me know what lighting mod you use. I've got enhanced blood textures, makes blood splatter larger. let me throw a picture so you can sort of see. So you've got a bit more realistic looking blood splatter. It makes more blood, makes it splatter directionally. It makes blood appear, or wounds appear on actual NPCs. It's got an MCM menu. I mean, just look at these comparisons. Look at this comparison. I mean, it's gruesome, it's gory, but you can't you can't compare the old and the new with any good news about the old versions. Footprints, quality of life mod, doesn't really change anything, except whenever you walk through Skyrim, an unmodded Skyrim, I want you to look backwards and down at the ground and tell me what you see. I'll give you a hint. The answer is nothing. Footprints adds footprints to the game for the player character, for NPCs, for animals, creatures, everything. If you walk through snow, if you walk through mud, exceptionally dusty areas, it adds footprints. Just a little tweak, little quality of life things, but they all add up for something really, really nice. Scoped bows. My default playstyle is Sneaky Archer. I'm using iHUD. That moves, when you're sneaking, moves the sneaking indicator from the center of the screen to the bottom left of the screen, down here-ish. So if you're looking at the bow, there's no reticle in the sneak mode. The scoped bows adds little lenses to the bows so that they have a reticle that you can aim through. I mean, and they look nice. It's not a stretch to say that these would be a real thing. I mean, they're very fine, so they probably wouldn't be a real thing, at least not the way they currently look in this mod, but especially light up reticles. But I mean, I like it. It's just sort of a quality of life thing, because I use the Archer playstyle so much that I will inevitably default back to the Sneaky Archer in this playthrough. So that's why I chose that. And then Zim's Immersive Artifacts. Celebrate! It's the last mod on the list, and it's only taken me an hour and 40 minutes to get through it. You're a Thane of Whiterun. In the first, hour of the game, you get, maybe hour and a half, you get made Thane of Whiterun. And then the Jarl is like, "You have saved my hold and its people. I hereby award you this weapon from my personal armory." And it's an iron war axe of draining or something. It does 10 damage. It's got a 5-point stamina enchantment on it. It's like, this is clearly not a weapon that you should be extraordinarily proud to award out, especially not to, minor nobility in your city for valorous deeds. Zim's Immersive Artifacts changes the Thane weapons and armors. It changes the Daedric artifacts, and it changes some unique armor sets in the game into something that's more powerful, more interesting to look at, more beautiful, just something that is different. I might even say better than vanilla Skyrim. And that's it. That is my mod list. I haven't touched my mod order, my load order. I have too many plugins. I've got 192 mods enabled in this profile. It doesn't even show all of my plugins for some reason. I've got so much. I spent so long modding Skyrim, and it works. It all works. I mean, I played through for 2 hours on Wednesday, and I crashed, twice? Maybe. And that was because I had, alt-tabbed. So, the mod list works. Everything works together for the most part. I've got a load order. With 206 plugins. I can't really complain about this mod list, and if you have any suggestions of things you'd like to see me play through, please let me know. For now, I'm gonna take 2 minutes to get some more water, maybe a little snack, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna play Skyrim for 3 hours and 15 minutes or so. Enhanced Antranax. I will come here, Nexus. Enhanced Antranax. Atranax. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's the one that adds lights to Atranax, a la spells produce light. That's a good call. with leveling and luminosity. Okay. A whole bunch of wall of text, but that's something I'm definitely going to look into. I'll be back in probably about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I will jump in to Skyrim. We're going to run FNIS and launch the game. Thank you all for sticking around for, an hour and almost 45 minutes looking through my mod list. I'm going to write it all out in a text file at some point over the weekend. I'm going to post it in the description of my YouTube channel. So thank you all for watching. If you have any suggestions, post them in the chat. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the music. And I am back. So, an hour and 45 minutes of streaming has gone by. An hour and 38 minutes of streaming has gone by. I've gone through my load order, 121 mods. We've listened to some great music from No Copyright Sounds. But now it's time to boot up Skyrim and actually see the fruit of all these efforts. Thank you again to No Copyright Sounds for allowing us to use basically some great music for no fear of getting copyright striked for using it. Okay, so whenever I launch Skyrim for the first time of the night, or whenever I change my load order, the very first thing I do, or the very last thing I do before I launch Skyrim, is I run For's new idols in Skyrim, FNIS. I like Vortex because it has this quick menu right here on the dashboard. So you click Run on FNIS, select the patches you want. I make sure I always use a skeleton arm fix. I don't have any of the other patches or mods that require patches. So we select that, hit update behavior. Takes, a few seconds to generate all of the animations load them into the game. Alright, one warning. Doesn't say what the warning is, but that's... Oh, probably the creature pack, not installed. That's fine. And exit that. And then use Skyrim script extender to launch Skyrim. And here we go. Hopefully it launches. Hopefully you don't have an infinite loading screen. Hopefully it doesn't crash the desktop immediately. There's a lot of hoping when you have Skyrim modded to this extent. But, you know, I've played it before, so let's wait for it to actually launch. Skyrim, are you just thinking? Yeah, I haven't actually run into any T-posing. Even if I don't run FNIS. Oh, there it goes. Skyrim launched. Did it launch full screen? Yes! Okay. And it is oversized at the, in OBS. Once it loads, I'll Alt-Tab and fix that. In fact, I haven't seen many examples of mods in Skyrim causing you to T-pose uncontrollably. I mean, it happens, obviously, and there are many bugs in vanilla that cause it, too. But you don't just get that randomly from mods, usually. Things have to really not work for T-posing to happen. Okay, here we go. Load into Amelia. We are in Bone Chill Passage, a icy, frozen cave. And, oh, we're level 13, not level 12. Could have sworn I was level 12. That means I only have, 6 2/3 levels left until I have to start the Dragonborn DLC. Ignore the warnings. Okay, so I'm playing Rimstooth right now. This is the adventuring party. For some reason, I didn't save his name. We are going with myself, Lydia, and these 4 adventurers into this cave to find a giant dragon that we have been hired to kill. Come on, come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it. Alright. Ignore the warnings. It's nothing, I promise. Okay. Boom. So this is what happens in Hunterborn. As I was talking about earlier, you get a dialogue prompt that allows you to do other things, but it takes forever to use it. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm actually going to jump in to the Hunterborn mod configuration menu, and then I'm going to take it so that, this stuff doesn't take any time. I know that's not quite immersive, but when you're diving through a dungeon like this one, and they're going along, you don't want to take forever to loot things. Equip my skinning knife. I mean, already. Okay, skinning skill has increased, and this is just the most beautiful sight you've ever seen in Skyrim. Harvest ingredients. I don't need any meat. I've got plenty of meat. Dispose. Okay. Hopefully they haven't gone too far ahead. They've gone a little bit ahead. That's okay. Also, if you hear any gross sounds of me eating into my microphone, please forgive me. I visited my parents tonight, and my mom, who's not a baker, made these balls of cookie dough, chocolate chip cookie dough, and then for good measure she dunked them in chocolate, melted chocolate. So they're way too good for any reasonable person to eat. So of course I've eaten 4 of them.
What is...
Okay, we're here. What are we doing? Find and defeat the dragon at Ancient's Ascent. So am I the They're not coming. Why aren't they coming? Oh, let me tell you. I mean, I've eaten 4 of these things, and I'm probably going to have a heart attack tonight. Oh my gosh. And it's raw cookie dough. So, instead of using eggs to make the cookie dough, she used applesauce instead as the sort of wet binder. And it works. Let me tell you. It doesn't really taste like apples at all. I mean, the sweetness in it just has the faintest twinge of apple. So I can't complain about the taste or the texture, anything like that. Okay. Never. Fun. What is that? What do you even mean? I'm not an egg. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Ice wolves. Okay. My arms have broken.
Damn it. Can't believe the beast just slipped through our fingers. This isn't gonna go down well with Lurius. You can count on that.
So the dragon was like, "Oh, finally! Worthy warriors to fight." And then it flies away. It's like, "I'm not gonna give you the time of day." It didn't know we were coming.
Probably watching our movements this whole time. It was foolish to think we could just corner it like a wild beast. Seems like the dragon wants us to pursue it to Worm's Tooth. I'm beginning to see why Lurius is involved in this dragon hunt. I'm sure he can explain it better than I can. But for now, we should return to the Bannered Mare and let him know what transpired.
Okay. I'll meet you there. So you can see right now this mod I was talking about with spells cast light. You get the little finger effects, but they cast half as much light as a torch does, which is pretty nice. Yeah, so the left arm works. The right arm works. Oh, they work together now. Okay. Just decided not to work. Learn Stone Flesh. Thank goodness, I finally have that spell.
Yes, my lady?
Lydia.
Here's everything I have.
Have a shield. Have a couple of shields, in fact. Okay.
Do let me know if I can be of service.
Alright. I forget which word is here at Ancient's Ascent. Oh, Kind's Peace. Animal Allegiance. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Do I have a dragon soul for that? I think I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Alright. Very nice. Oh, thank you for complimenting Lydia. She appreciates it. I mean, she'll act like a bitch, but she appreciates it. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Alright. I need all the pelts I can get because I need to level up smithing. Big time. So, don't mind me. I'm just gonna skin. Pour. Lovely. Using a skinning knife, and it's pour. I don't care about anything else.
I'm right behind you.
I would have liked to see Hunterborn use the campfire perk and skills menu. Would have been a little bit more immersive and perhaps, well, almost definitely more interactive. Because it gives me, you know, dialogue comments that says, "Oh, your skill in skinning has improved," but what does that mean? Does it mean I get a 10% increase in how likely I am to ruin a pelt? Or, you know, what does it mean? I don't know. And I would have liked to see that implemented differently. Run back through this icy cave. Is there anything down below? No, it's a shallow thing. But, got a potion of stamina. And because I'm an Imperial, gold. And every skeleton. Okay. Goat. Already skinned that bear. Alright, so it's fairly dark right here, and I'll show you. The lantern is toggleable with a hotkey, and it just sort of lights up the area without a torch. Because otherwise I'd be, you know, flipping back and forth for a torch every time. But I'm not going to do that unless I absolutely have to see. I hope that doesn't bother any of you. Hope you can see everything. Let me know if you can't, and I will bring out a torch. Don't you worry.
What's on your mind?
Okay, so that was the start of Worm's Tooth. I was in the middle of the Helgen Reborn quest when that happened, I think. Or was I coming from that? I was going to it. Because I was running from Falkreath to Helgen. So I'm going to bring that back up to primary. Turn off my lantern since I'm outside. Pull down my hood because I'm used to Skyrim weather. And navigate my way down the mountain after eating a bit of food. Okay. Up ahead, you can see a patrol. Looks like an Imperial patrol over here. More dialogue. And over here, a patrol of traders. These are just a couple of bodyguards and a trader. And they sort of explore Skyrim. Okay. I believe Helgen is this way. Yes. In fact, is this Helgen right here? Can't be Helgen. Is it Helgen already? No, no, this is a fort. Or no. Yes, it is Helgen.
Yes, my lady?
Why doesn't it... I'm clearly missing something. Alright. Let's jump our way up a mountain. Oh yeah, I mean, as I'm playing through, I can see things totally fine, even without a torch or travel lantern, but because of the compression that streaming does, you know, it makes it sort of hard to see with lighting overhauls, especially ELFX, that makes things quite dark. And I'm playing on the second out of 3 darkness settings, so it's a little bit darker than normal standard ELFX as well. That's why I'm a little bit worried when it's dark outside that you won't be able to see. Okay, let's run here into Helgen. Okay.
Don't even think about moving. You see my friends coming? They won't hesitate to kill you if you so much as breathe funny. Now, who are you? And what is the meaning of this intrusion?
I'm supposed to tell him that I have a ring, a wedding ring of their leader. Because they're supposed to be disguised as bandits. So let's go with this first one. That bandit disguise is great, yeah.
How funny would it be if we got you like a hawker?
I'm here to talk with a man named Valerius.
Never heard of him? You are mistaken. There's nobody by that name here. Now, be on your way. We don't want to hurt you.
I have an urgent message, kind sir. Please let me through, or I'll kill you.
I'm beginning
have a ring. Show him the ring.
I don't know who you are, stranger, or what you want.
If they were real bandits, they would have attacked by now.
I advise you to choose your words very carefully from here on out.
A gift
Let
from
me see that.
Marcus to Valerius.
Did you say Marcus Janus? From the war, Marcus Janus. Why didn't you say so?
What do you mean? What did why didn't I say so? I said it twice.
Very well. I will take you inside. But all of us have our eyes on you. And if you try and start trouble, it will be the last trouble you ever start. Follow me.
Okay.
Yes, my thing?
We run at the same pace. The same speed. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. I don't normally use this door. Whenever I go into Helgen, I go in with Hadvar the Imperial. So, this is sure to be interesting.
Balfrey, what do you think you're doing? Who is this person, and why have you brought them?
She has an urgent message for you from Marcus Janus. She was alone, and I thought you would want to talk to her.
What? Marcus Janus? Balfrey, have you gone completely mad? That's impossible.
I thought the same thing, sir, but it's true. She showed me a letter to you with Marcus's seal. It's real, all right. And sir, somehow Marcus has found Sabrina's wedding ring and sent it to you.
Very well. We'll see about this. Balfrey, you're dismissed. All of you may resume your patrols.
Yes, sir.
I don't know who you are or why you're here, so you'd better have some good answers to my questions. May I see that ring?
Yeah. I mean, I brought it for you.
Janus? Where is he now?
He's in a dingy little inn in Falkreath.
Do you know how he came into possession of this ring?
Well, he said he found it. He didn't tell me how.
Yes,
I don't really care to know how, honestly.
This is all so overwhelming.
Yes,
Thank you.
condolences upon you.
Love them very deeply. Nearly went mad after they were murdered by those Altmary dogs. I wanted nothing but vengeance. Every day of my life is burned with nothing but the desire to make them pay for their murders.
Oh, this mod is heavily anti-Thalmor. Like, big time.
Marcus Janus, it's certainly you all right. What do you want with me? Tell me, how has he found me here?
Exposition.
Always was. Bandits. It's not far from the truth, though. Fitting ruse is that's about what we've become. Living our lives in the shadows, hiding and skulking about like some caged skeever looking for his next piece of cheese.
Well, he spoke highly of you, at least.
Honor? Bah. Any honor I had died with the first Altmary diplomat I assassinated. I'm not the same man he knew. But no doubt he's filled your head with tales of glory from the war.
Yeah, a little bit.
Stories, the keepers of Hatu.
Nope, not at all.
Afraid that man no longer exists. This hatred, it's consumed me, taken my life. I suppose I would still be rotting down in that damn prison were it not for Marcus. Now I'm just rotting here instead.
I like the
Rot,
voice acting.
nonetheless, still rot. The only difference, really, is where and how.
Well, maybe we can help.
What do you want to
I mean,
help?
it sounds like he has a plan.
If he sees what I've become, he'll leave soon enough. But go tell him I'll meet with him regardless. At least then we can say our proper goodbyes to one another. We never got to do that before. Now, be gone. Please leave me in peace.
Okay. Okay. I gotta go back to Falkreath. Really? Just what I didn't want to hear. Who are you? Okay, that's part of Become High King of Skyrim. A little bit unimmersive that I can just do that before I'm actually High King. Okay. What I'm gonna do then is we're gonna go make a camp for the night. Need to find a flat piece of ground. This will do nicely here. Place there. Okay, I hope I have firewood. I don't have any firewood! Lydia, do you have my firewood? No.
I am at your command.
No, you don't have any of my firewood.
Do let me know if I can be of service.
Okay. I just need a bedroll to sleep tonight. I don't care how it looks. It's just good considering it's just clipping through and overgrown. That's fine. I'm gonna sleep until 6 a.m. Oh wow, really mature. Someone in my Discord is like, "Oh, you're streaming Skyrim. Must be a virgin." Okay, destroy all that. Okay, bottom right you can see I need food, I need water, I need it all big time. Fortunately, I don't need any more sleep. See that? Eat some cooked food. And the indicators have disappeared. Okay. Back to Falkreath we go. So this is the part of convenient horses that we've got. We just sort of call horses from anywhere, like magic. And then Lydia gets her own horse, and off we go. Back to Falkreath. You can see it's raining, so I'm, sort of got particle effects dripping off my body. Thalmor? Why? Nope, 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 nope. Where are those explosions coming from? Oh. You. Throwing fireballs around. Okay. And then... Okay, War Axe, healing. Okay, got him. Okay. And for some reason, and I think this is an immersive armors problem or a UMP female body problem, but it puts like all female elves, high elves specifically, in sort of skimpy armor. Execution order for me. Just because. Not done anything yet. Haven't offended them yet. They just want to kill me. But your robes are expensive, so I'm gonna take those. And you've got elven armor, which is worse than the armor that I have on. But it's light, so I'm gonna take that. And you've got some stuff I'm gonna take. Awesome. Let me get the horse whistle so I don't have to call the horse. Hopefully they're not dead. Nope, they're not dead. I'm glad that you're not dead. Have an apple. And then we consult our signs, and Falkreath is this way. Okay. That was just a fox. If you watched my mod list that I started off this video with, you know what this is. Or you might know what this is. This is one of the border checkpoints. Specifically the one between Falkreath and Whiterun. Adds a little tower with a guard presence there. So that's right along the coast of Lake Ilinalta. Sounds like a hunter over there. I hope it's a hunter. Hello, frostbite spider. Ah! Things aren't working. It's broken. So it... Convenient Horses sort of overhauls horse combat. Not very well, but yeah. Ah, the traveling bard. Okay, these wolves are going to attack me. I'm sure of it. Or maybe they're not. They're far more interested in the deer. So I guess we'll just avoid them. Okay, I see a horse up ahead. And I see candles off to the right. Okay, we can do this on a horse. Rear up. And it will allow you to talk to people around you. You're just a hunter.
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years.
Okay. Let's see. What we got going on here? Temple of Arche.
What do you need?
I mean, the grass is clipping through. So Falkreath in the lore has the largest... No, I'm not going to do that. The largest cemetery or graveyard in Skyrim because of all the battles that have been waged in this area over time. In vanilla, it doesn't have much of a graveyard, honestly. It's tiny. It's got like maybe 20 graves. Falkreath is this way. But JK Skyrim adds more graves, more graveyard, and I suppose I must add that Temple of Arche. Looks like maybe another Priest of Arche. I mean, the one thing I don't like about convenient horses, I sprint for what, you know, a couple 100 meters, and I'm out of stamina on my horse. I gotta canter along for a little while. Oh well. raining. But my gosh. Is this game from 2011 beautiful, or is it not? Okay, Falkreath is over here. Now again, I'm using JK's Skyrim overhaul. And Falkreath is another one that I'm not sure that I like. It looks a lot like vanilla Falkreath, which is okay. That's not a terrible thing. That's the cemetery down there. But like the Great City overhaul, it adds walls, it adds some verticality to the city. So, we'll see. Something I have to look into for next week's playthrough. Although I might be playing a lot more this weekend. Like I said earlier, I don't have work or an event or anything tomorrow. Oh, there's a cellar. For the first time in weeks. Let me alt-tab from in here. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. What I'm going to do is I'll autosave. Because for some reason, things don't mesh right all the time. Okay, here we go.
Yes?
And then, where? There you are. There you are. Marcus Janus. I talked to your friend over in Helgen, and he said he'd like to talk to you.
Excellent. Well done, my friend. I'm ready to go, but there's just one thing. I'm getting too old for fighting. Well,
Is this going to be an escort quest? Please don't let this be an escort quest.
too much of a burden on you to escort me to the keep. There's another 250 gold in it for you if you will.
Ah!
I'm right behind you.
Okay.
But don't go too fast. Unlike you young ones, I'm not cut out for this shite anymore.
Ah, damn it. Lydia. Are you coming, Marcus? Okay.
No time to chat. Please, let's make haste to Helgen.
I'm sure you don't have a horse. So what's the fastest way to Helgen? Probably out the southern entrance. Right, the northern entrance, rather.
As if Skyrim didn't have enough outsiders. Now we've got mercenaries.
Oh, another thing that Real Names does is you take the guard, Falkreath guard, you just activate him, and ooh, he has a name now. This is Proud Sten. Reminds me of Dragon Age. Okay. Toggle lantern. No. Okay. Ice form. Helgen. This way. Last time I came through this way, I cleared out these bandits before they could even drop the rocks on me. I suppose they actually dropped the rocks on me. I just cleared them out rather quickly. Okay, turn the travel lantern back on. Okay, got the venom. Sweet. Harvest ingredients. Fantastic. Don't know why that increased his archery, but it did. It says I have a synergy point. I don't know what that means. I really need to look more into Hunterborn. It's all these things that it adds that I just don't know what to do with. Let me know in chat, have you ever added a mod and thought you knew what it was going to do, and then you play with it a little bit and you're like, what? What is going on? Does that ever happen to you? And if so, what mod? Because I have a couple of those installed right now. Another trading caravan. That might be similar. Okay. I don't know what we're fighting. Oh! An Antonak up there. Don't quite know why. Finally, here we are. Helgen. It rains too much in Skyrim. Just feels like it rains all the time. Alright, here we are, Helgen. And Marcus is alive. Amazing. It's like I've done a escort quest a time or two in my life. And on a short stretch of road, wasn't really a problem.
Tiberius Arctoria, you old dog. Come here, my friend. Let us have a look at you.
Marcus, why have you come here?
Valerius, I'm sure this is quite a shock to you. Terribly unexpected. I came here to check on my family, but it appears none of them survived. Then I realized you were here, so I decided it was in both our interests for two old friends to meet again. At last.
Ah, your brother, yes. Marcus, I'm very sorry. But whatever the circumstances, it does my eyes good to see you again after all these years.
Yes. Same here, old friend. Same here. So, the Keepers of Hatu in Skyrim. Who would have ever dreamed of such a time?
All right, Janice, what is it you really want? Don't forget, I know you, so out with it.
Yes, you do know me, old friend, better than most. Very well. I aim to rebuild this town and make her my home.
Rebuild? Janice, I have no intention of helping you or anyone else rebuild a town. I'm here on other business.
Yes, yes, I know, Valerius, but if what I propose is true, perhaps we can be mutually beneficial to one another. All I'm asking is that you hear me out. After that, if we're not in agreement, we can part ways and we'll likely never see you again. But Valerius, there's plenty of time to get to all that later. Right now, let's just catch up on old times.
Well, you're in luck, Janice. These bandits left some fresh wine downstairs. I need a drink.
Yes, I could use a drink too, old friend. Let me say goodbye to my new friend, and I'll join you. I can't thank you enough for your help.
Yay, gold.
As agreed, here's your
Thanks, but where did rebuilding Helgen come into our deal again?
I apologize for that. I certainly wasn't intentionally keeping anything from you. I just wanted to meet with Valerius before I brought it up. But yes, I want to make Helgen my home. But she certainly has seen better days, that's for sure. You know, I grew up just across the border in Cyrodiil. And Helgen was always a place where family visited when I was a boy. I have many fond memories of those days. And now, my brother and his family gone. Let's just say he'd be happy that I settled here. And from what I could tell as we came in, it'll be a lot of work cleaning everything up. But nothing impossible. Then we can take a look at what's left of these buildings and begin rebuilding from there. I'm sure there'll be plenty of work for you if you're interested. Why don't you take a day and think about it? That'll give Valerius and I some time to catch up and come up with a plan. Can you return to see us in a day or so?
Yeah,
Thank you once again.
I could do that.
I'll see you then.
Now then, Marcus, let's go get that wine. You're in one piece, so I trust your trip went smoothly.
Yes, fortunately, without it.
Okay, it is early afternoon. Oh yeah, you had the dude, the bodyguard, Patsy.
Loyal man in all of town.
Where is he? Why did I have to escort you? And where is he? Okay. I'm gonna go outside.
Running that trading outfit out of
And it's still raining. Still raining. On the hood. I'm gonna go outside of Helgen, collect some wood. Do the whole build a campsite thing. No. No. Give Marcus and Valerius a day. I'm going to Whiterun. Okay. That leads up into the mountains. I still have to go to Orphan Rock and do that whole Hag Raven thing. For now, going to Whiterun. Gotta drop off my belongings and breeze home. Okay. Need to use a physical melee weapon while riding a horse. Whiterun, to the left. Okay. Down past the Lake Ilanata Tower. Which is a Falkreath guard post. Down past the Guardian Stones. Currently got the Mage Stone activated. And now that I think about it, I need to see what that power actually does. A mage path. Learn all mage skills 10% faster instead of the 20% that the vanilla Skyrim uses. And Master of the Arcane, which makes spells 10% more effective and scrolls 20% more effective. I don't use scrolls, like, ever. Probably should change that. I do have a whole store of scrolls back at the house. I wonder if I have a scroll enchanting table or whatever it's called. Breeze home. Oh, it's campfire. And it's still only 1:30 p.m. And I need to drink something. Resets the camera when you do that. Hunter. Ran into that wolf loading in. That's good. It's really good. Okay. Oh yeah. That's weird. That's really weird. Hunting knife. Enemies are nearby. Okay. Let's do... Where'd he go? There he is. Can just barely make him out in the water. That's not the wolf, is it? I got washed downstream. No. Okay. Okay. My horse, where is you? There you are. Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit. Note to self, don't run into a horse while it's in the middle of being summoned. That was some classic giant smash going on right there. This is a very dark rainstorm too. Like the skies are just dreary. I absolutely love that silhouette of Dragon's Reach off in the distance. I should stop into Hunting Brew. Just get some mead while they are still in business. All right. Here we are. Whiterun. Capital of Whiterun. All right. What's that? Fairly long loading time. Okay. I was considering doing Open Cities Skyrim. I don't know. It's great for immersion, but I wanted to make sure everything worked together properly. I'm not sure how well that works. Oops. With the city overhauls. Okay, so I'll walk into Whiterun, and all of a sudden, blue skies. Oh, you can see High Hrothgar. Oh, that's cool. For some reason, the third of the world looks like it's cut off at the sky cap there. Oh well. Let's watch. We're gonna equip the bow, and the arrows go away. Cool. Alright. The best thing to watch someone do in an RPG is manage their inventory. Let's go. That sounds like the Wabbajack is flopping around in here. Well, it's fine. Okay. Got my Thalmor armor, my Imperial armor. Then you can tell, walking through my house, that I am a bit of a supporter of the Imperials. Okay. No. Okay. Gold ring. All right. Armor. Yeah, I should check this out. Elven armor. Crown, boots, gauntlets. Turn off the backpack. Okay. I can dig it. The helmet doesn't work with my patchy sky hair that I've got going on, and doesn't quite mesh with the water skin and travel lantern. But it's fine. I like it fine well enough. It's not what I'm gonna use, but it's nice to see it on the Thalmor that I fight. So that. Nope. Sorry about that. I'm gonna put this hedge mage armor away, I believe. Okay. Those robes are better. That hood is not. Those boots are not. Okay. I can see if I can disenchant anything. Yes.
Yes, my lady?
Alright, I'm actually just gonna put this hedge mage armor in here. Yeah, see, I can equip multiple amulets, but I've got 3 amulets on right now. What ring am I wearing? I couldn't tell you. Okay. There's that. That. And then in the dresser here, we put in our boots and clothes and basically all of our cloth clothing.
Yes, my lady?
So we've got a couple of scrolls here. But I think I'm going to build those up and then use them through the actual mage quest line.
I'm right behind you.
Okay. Poisons. Dragon's blood, troll's blood, put that all away. Cool. I can keep all those on me. Alright. Wine gets put in there. Nord mead. I got 22 of those. Those go in there. That's all from the Pelagius wing at the Blue Palace. Okay. Cheeses go in cold storage. Cheeses, sweets, and raw meat. Butter. Cheese, 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 cheese. Cheese. Raw meat. Cheese, cheese. Okay, refill all my water skins. Food stores. I can just put all that in there. Might as well take a drink. Okay. Books. Okay. We got notes, bounties, and letters. Contract. Orders, letters, 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 notes. Letters, notes. Fantastic. Okay. Don't have anything unique yet, besides the Wabbajack. Let's put all our crafting materials in storage. Pelts, hides, pelt. Okay, leathers and linens. Leather, linen. Ingots. Or ingots go up here. Raw materials. This is ore. Ores. Okay. Bones and remains. Skulls, bones, all that jazz. Okay. And then in this sack is just junk. I mean, it's not junk. I mean, I'm sure it'll be used. Put that in there. I can find a use for everything, if need be. And miscellaneous supplies is for my gems. Oh, that's for where the straw has to go. I will need straw. Amethysts. Curious silver mold. Quest item. Okay. That up there. And straw. Sweet.
I'm right behind.
Back upstairs to stash my soul gems. Then we'll go around town for a little while. Filled soul gems. Excuse me. I'll put the soul gem fragments in there as well. Okay. Shoot. I forgot that I had Lydia with me.
Yes, my thing?
And in her backpack, she has weapons. And armor. And carcasses and pelts.
Do it. I've got your
And
back.
in her personal
I have
inventory,
sworn to carry your burdens.
she has weapons and armor. And a tent.
Is there anything else you need?
Gosh. Mannequin. Wear this tribunal mask. Woohoo! Okay. Weapons. Just all sorts of weapons. Blah, 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 blah. Can't believe I forgot about Lydia. Oh, and I forgot about the horse as well. All of the horses have stuff in their storage. Okay. One last thing to do. Lydia? There you are.
I'm right behind.
Open your backpack. Give me these carcasses.
Lead on.
We're just gonna put them in here. Pretend that's not a problem. We can actually probably put some of this lantern oil away. Because that's another thing that I think isn't working right now. I need to eat something quite badly. Can bake potatoes and an apple pie. Then out to Whiterun.
Yes, my lady?
Bright sunny skies.
Good afternoon.
Yes? Yes? Good day.
Ah, easy. You did it. You killed the dragon.
I did kill a dragon.
Need something?
What is it?
You're the best. Can you be my mother?
What do you want, Imperial?
Yes.
What do you want, Imperial?
Terrible and powerful power.
Huh?
Worthy servants give praise, for only through your grace and benevolence may we truly reach enlightenment. They say there's nothing a Nord woman can't do if she puts her mind to it.
Hello, Isolde.
When the Empire surrendered, we all met. What do you want, Imperial? Shaped us all.
So, something is a little bit weird. All these people walking up to Whiterun don't normally walk up to the Jarl's Palace. I've never seen Isolde outside of the Plains District.
Need something?
What they're doing is they're walking up to Whiterun, and they're gonna go use the Arcane Enchanter in Farengar, the Court Wizard's quarters.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
I don't know why. That's a kid who doesn't have any clothes on. Don't know why. RS children must be having a little bit of a fit right now. You know what I don't have currently on is... Oh. That's weird. I need to check my powers. Let's see. Instincts, options, Hunterborn. Path the Woodsman. Start your hunting journey. Okay. Need to start this. I am ready. As though from nowhere, you recall a memory from your youth. Straying too far from home, ignoring the warnings of your family, you wandered in search of adventure in the wood. An adventure of which only a child could envision. Trudging and breaking through bracken, brush, and scrub, daylight began to fade. Attempts at retracing your steps failed, having wandered too deep into a forest you did not know. You could hear the beasts in the darkness, rustling through leaf and thicket as you hid beneath a fallen tree. A mist rolled in, as though guided by the howls of nearby wolves. You were cold, frightened, and alone. Okay. Suddenly, out of the shadow, burst a towering figure. He came to your tree, knelt in the dirt, and said, "Here, child, I'll keep you safe." He took you to his cabin and gave you some food and a warm bed by the fire. The next day, giving the best directions you could, he took you to find your home. Along the way, he showed you the best way to skin a pelt, having been confronted with 2 wolves fighting over a recent kill. He set a trap hidden beneath a juniper berry bush and showed you the techniques his father taught him. Arriving home, your father offered a reward to the hunter for your safe return, but the hunter asked only for a drink of ale. He went on his way, but you told him you'd never forget his lessons, and one day wanted to be a woodsman just like him.
Still here.
Okay.
Need something?
Okay. View and unlock unique abilities and customize options. Did that add a quest? No, it didn't. Skills and abilities. Hunting. Hunting skill 1. Skill points 0. Abilities. Kill vision, precision, strike, vampire hunter. The player's hunting skill increases as they hunt and kill animals. Player's skinning skill also has a small influence. Progress 0 out of 100. Okay, skinning. Skinning kill 2. Animal skinned 9. Skill points 0. Progress on that 75 out of 125. Okay. Wildlander. Improve their skill by traveling, exploring, and honing their ingredient and potion crafting talents. Okay. Trapping. I don't have any traps. Okay. Options. Hunting. Hunt notifications. When an animal is hunted, and choose whether to enable. Control vibration. No, that's fine. Skinning. Settings. Okay, so I could probably use this. Oh no. Passing time is disabled. I don't know if this plays nicely with Hunterborn or not. I would hope it does. But it might not.
Sometimes I miss the soldier's life. When I hope.
Okay.
Daughter of my arms. I know I made the right choice.
Okay. Where did Adrienne go?
Yes?
Ooh, ingots. The blacksmith has walked away from her post. Okay. Going to the shop. See if she is hanging about somewhere. Yes, she is. There she is.
Have you met my father? He's a steward up at Dragon's Reach.
Do you need any help around the forge? Please teach me your secrets.
How about you smith me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead.
Yay.
Stay sharp.
Free smithing materials is just, it's free experience basically.
What's on your mind?
Animal trap. Okay, I'm crafting an iron dagger. Iron
Got some
daggers
good
to
leads.
Adrian.
Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just need a bit of metal and the grindstone over there.
Okay.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything. I help my father in more ways than people would.
Here.
This looks good. You put
Sharp
time into your
dagger.
blades, they'll serve you well when you need them. You want to keep helping? How about you make some armor? Let's start by tanning some leather on the rack. Thanks for the business.
Damn it. It's a hunter-born thing that tanning leather requires animal fat. At least I think that is a hunter-born thing. Features. No. I don't know where that setting is. Huh. No, it's not there.
I'm right behind you.
Okay. Hunterborn options, maybe? Configure. Rules. Realism. More. No. Game. No.
What's on your mind? Watch what you're doing.
I don't remember which mod requires you to use animal fat to tan skins. So, we'll just go down to the basement where I have some animal fats. Make some leather. Yes. Almost 7 p.m. in game.
Got some good.
Have this
good.
leather.
A lot of weapons and armor need leather for straps fitting, that kind of thing. Let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need.
Hide helmet. No problem. Smithing level increased.
Have you met? I should hire. Let's improve the fit. Take this leather to the workbench over there.
Okay, temper that on the workbench.
You
Got
have
it.
talent. Why don't you keep that dagger and helmet? Maybe you will take a look.
Okay. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's her inventory. I'm like, since when do I have a dwarven greatsword? I don't. Okay. I do not need this iron dagger. Or this hide helmet.
Thanks for the business.
What I do need
You think all the looking to protect
are your
yourself,
crafting
or deal
supplies.
some damage?
500 gold for all that iron. It's worth it. You always need iron. No such thing as too much iron. Corundum ore. Iron ore. Lockpick, always good. Grab a couple corundum ingots. A couple of dwarven ingots.
All right then.
Alright. Gotta do a bit of crafting, smithing in particular. Then we'll go upstairs and do some alchemy, I think. Okay, raw materials. Grab all the ores that I've got. Grab all the ingots I've got. Grab all the leathers and linens. All of that. And what do I want to make? Imperial Legionary bow. 18 base damage. As opposed to the 14 base damage that my current one has. Okay. I need to craft this hood. Okay. Gold emerald ring. Make one of those. Make an animal trap. Trap repair kit, yes. Okay. Alright. Corundum ingot, yes. Ebony ingot, yes. Iron ingot. Make a several of those. Quicksilver ingot. Requires a steel ingot and 2 leather. Okay. I think that's the crafting I need done. Upgrade that just a little bit. Every little bit helps though. Oh no! Yeah. Hood crash. I tried to equip 2 hoods because apparently you can do that. Something with the mods bugged that out a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. What? Okay. That's unfortunate, because that means whatever the last autosave was is where I'm going to end up. Okay, autosave in the basement. So I just need to recraft that armored hood. I should have seen that coming, honestly. Wow. So unless I do something stupid, 192 mods runs pretty well. Only got a couple of problems. Grab that, grab all of the raw materials I've got here. Craft hood with scarf armor edition. Yes. Craft the gold emerald ring. Yes. Craft an enemy trap. Craft a trap repair kit. Smelter. Steel ingot. Do that. Okay. That. Okay. Unequip that, and then equip that. Okay. Quick save.
I've got your back.
Alright, and then let's store things back where they belong. That's ore. Ingots, 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 all sorts of ingots. Ingot. Amethyst. Basically all of the gems. Goat horns. Gems.
Oh.
Leathers and linens.
Oh.
Raw materials. Corundum. Ores. Ores. All the ores go in here. I got an ingot there. Straw can go in there. Deadwood. I need deadwood. Don't want to put that in there. Branches, however, can go in there. Still have 300 of my carry weight filled up. I have a bunch of staves that I don't need. Each deadwood is 5 weight. Each water skin is 3.5. Got a bunch of food. It is $7.50 in game. I can go in there. And jewelry. In fact, take all that jewelry. These soul gems. Fortify alchemy. Petty. Sweet. Pickaxe. Frost damage. Yep. Okay. Imperial bow. Fear. No, frost damage. Yes. Gold rings. Okay. Level up. That in Magicka. Then you just go and craft just shit in the basement. And then come up here and enchant. Okay, Lydia levels up. $8:43 p.m. in game. Ebony ring. What? Sweet. Level up smithing. I need more leather. Cool. Smithing. That requires 30. Grab that. Grab that.
Yes, my thing?
The hell? Where'd I get these? Oh, the carcasses. Of course.
I've got your...
Okay. And we enchant all these iron daggers. 310, 310, 366.
Yes, my thing?
Okay. We're gonna do restore health. Oh, I need to save. After all that smithing and enchanting. Restore Magica. Okay. Do I have any recipes? No. Oh, any Nern root, and vampire dust. Invisibility. Whoa.
I've got your back.
Okay. All right, we'll sleep until the stores reopen. Well, just before that, and we'll eat breakfast and go sell everything I just crafted. Ugh, crafting. Necessary evil. Desperate need of food and drink. Oh. Sort by name. Yes. Water skin. Seared sawdust, slaughterfish. And okay. This must be like a Beyond Skyrim edition. Never seen ogres before. It's got a seam on his head. Nope, that's just a necklace.
Yes, my lady? Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to... It's a sword. Listen, could you take the sword?
I'll do it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. The finest weapons and armor.
Iron, steel, moonstone, leather. No. Dwarven metal, several leather. I don't really need, so I won't buy it.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Tidings. Need something?
Good morning.
Come, I haven't got all day.
Okay. One last moment of inventory management. Oh wait, no, I need to go sell all my potions. That's okay. To the basement. Or oh, that's where I got all of those things from. I got them from my safe that I took everything from. See, I'm wearing multiple amulets. But I can wear a max of 2 rings. Maybe I just can't equip that ring? I don't know. Go to Arcadia's Cauldron. It's not open yet. Let's go for Dragon's Reach. Gotta speak to the steward, give him a sword.
Fear not. Some dragon or giant will be ready.
Is everyone still asleep? Farengar isn't.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing. Take an once you know an enchantment. Of course, I have everything you need for sale if you have the coin. Take a look.
Of course you don't buy the potions and poisons that I have to sell. Clairvoyance is good. Firebolt is better. Soul Trap is going to be important. Buy Soul Trap. Don't have enough for any other spells right now. Kill this crappy gold ring that I made all by myself.
Remember, your mind is the best weapon you have.
Oh.
Oh, Lydia.
Huh? Anything else?
I serve Jarl Ball from Adrian. Ah, thank you. Please, take these few coins for services rendered. I'll be glad to... And of course, now, what would you like to purchase? I'm sorry, but is there anything else you'd like to purchase?
I don't have enough gold for it. He gave me 50 gold. Suppose makes sense for, you know, a crappy courier job.
City's quiet enough now, but when the sun goes
You're the
down,
one lives
you
in
best
Breeze
keep on
Hall,
your
right?
side.
Oh, fine place. Almost bought it myself.
I've got your back.
Okay. Let's go out to Arcadia's Cauldron. Sell off my potions and poisons that I won't use.
Fine dating.
Telling you, I heard howling. Goes well.
Got a pretty good stock of potions and alchemy reagents. Pardon me, but do I detect a case of the rattles? I've got something for that, as long as you clean up. You know how a little wheat and blisterwort makes a heal. We have plenty of ingredients for sale, too. Ah, so you're an alchemist, then. Come back anytime if you need a remedy. Still here. What's on your mind? Let's get going then.
Rorikstead's a nice enough little hamlet, but a boring post. What do you need?
come to drag. It's reached to this. It seems this. I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
Muffle. Lightning bolt. Okay, that is all of my coin.
Remember, your mind is the best weapon you have.
Staying safe, I hope.
You're the best. Can you be my mother?
Yes.
What's on your mind?
Okay, let's get back to Helgen. It's raining again. Endurance, yes. Okay. So my biggest complaint about convenient horses was that it didn't upgrade horse stamina. Turns out it does. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, that's right, I can't soul trap black souls. What do I think I'm doing? Oh. Hello, gilded armor. Okay. And it's not raining anymore. Happy days. I saw a deer.
Still here.
Okay. On the road up to Elgin. And a wolf that I haven't skinned. Just laying in the middle of the road. That sounded like a wolf.
Now that's how it's done.
Harvest ingredients. Dispose of the body. Oops, I used call instead of whistle. While I'm on my way through, cook down that meat. Got it. Okay, why is this cairn here? Oh, that's a spriggan. No gem large enough, that's okay. Taproot. Level up. Magica. Enchanting. No. Sweet. I'm gonna grab this thistle while it's leveling up.
something?
Yeah. Yeah, I do need something.
Ah, yes, we've been waiting for you. Now that you're here, we have a matter of grave importance to discuss with you. Do you really think this nonsensical plan of yours will work?
Janice, it has to work. We have no choice. Now then.
Reporting as ordered, sir.
Good. Armor looks good on you two.
Well, he's wearing armor.
And it stinks.
She's not.
Dead manish. What do you expect?
So, now that we're all here, Valerius, would you like to fill in our friend on your plan?
Did you ever stop to wonder how my men and I came to this place?
Yeah.
Well, yes, but that's not all of it. Up until a couple of weeks ago, we were still in Syria. And our sources began reporting on new Thalmor activity taking place south of here. Rumor was that they were turning an old fort into a prison for captured Talos worshippers. I deemed the reports credible enough to investigate. I sent my best man, Korst, on the mission. He was ordered not to confront them, but to observe only. Unfortunately, he did not return, and I'm afraid something went very wrong.
Okay. When was this exactly?
About 2 weeks. After 1 week went by, we'd started to fear the worst, so we mobilized and came here. Finding Korst is the main reason we're here. This fort gave us the perfect spot to rest, resupply, and prepare to find out what happened to him. So, we eliminated the bandits, took over the fort, tried to blend in and not draw attention to ourselves.
What's the plan?
Yes. Fortunately, the Imperials left everything behind when they abandoned this place. It looks like Ellen went herself to see.
Yeah, I saw her.
I need you to pose as an Imperial officer with orders to transfer Korst back to Ellenwood for interrogation. Legion prisoner transfer parties always travel in groups of 3, so Falco and Sienna will be going with you. As you can see, they're already in Imperial uniform. You must do the same if this has any chance of working. We found some officer's armor that should fit you, and Alton put a little enchantment on it for you. It's only worn by high-ranking officers, so it should help you carry a bit more influence. If you have any other powers of persuasion, this would be the time to use them. Perhaps between the two, it will be enough for this to work.
Okay. What about a transfer
Searching
order?
the fort, we found a communique from her own hand, and were able to forge a transfer order to give to the men at the prison. If the Thalmor officers question you, remind them you're special envoy from the embassy. They had best comply. Hopefully it'll be enough, but if not, you may have to resort to the old-fashioned way of negotiating.
Okay.
Yes, it certainly will be. And make no mistake, those Thalmor bastards are beyond brutal. And I've heard there's a particularly ruthless justiciar named Arundel who may be in charge there. If it's the Arundel I know, you can be certain he will kill you on sight, so you must be careful.
Okay, we'll bring
Thank
back
you,
your
friend.
man.
You know, Marcus seems to be quite impressed with you. Well, if he trusts you, then I trust you. The prison is located south of here, on the road past Fort Newgrad, heading to the Cyrodiil border. Here, I'll mark it on your map. Here's your armor. Don't forget to put it on. Please return as soon as you can, and good luck.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. Need something?
Imperial officer's armor. Okay.
Seeing Marcus again has been good. Thank you for that, friend.
My lady?
All right. That's 4 hours of streaming right there. And I'm getting pretty damn tired. Okay, you can put away the torch, and you can also like stop running. Okay, let's try to fix this with fast travel. One, two. Where's Ms. 3? She stuck? I bet she's stuck. Okay. Okay, take this road down to the pass. Oh, wait a minute. That's the pass down into Beyond Skyrim Bruma. Good to know. Take this up the road. Might as well take this little zigzag. Have a flower. Okay, and then we're going, still going south-ish. This fort. I'm here to transfer a prisoner.
What? We'll see about this. I haven't been notified of any such orders. I'll have to clear this with my superior. Wait here.
Make it quick.
My lord, there is an envoy for prisoner transfer from Eleanor herself. What should I do?
This looks like a but I'll handle this. Come with me. I given any orders concerning any transfer. I'm not able to release the prisoner at this time.
You better.
Or what? You think you can intimidate me? I'm a Thalmor Justicia, and I'm not intimidated easily.
We'll see about that. After all, what would Ellenwind think?
Do you take me for a fool? You don't think I can sniff out a spy when I see one? We're going to have a lot of fun with you downstairs.
Okay. Put that back on. Damn it. Shit. Oh. Okay.
Who are you? What? I haven't been notified of any such orders. I'll have to clear this with my superior. Wait here.
Okay, I got one friend. Okay, there's a bunch of Thalmor everywhere.
Speak quickly. Need something?
Bad idea.
Okay, we're just gonna... Hoo-hoo. Crap. listen up. This is a jailbreak. Oh, I thought that was Mr. Falco was attacking me. Crown gem. Oh, wait a minute, I'm still wearing my crappy Imperial armor. Okay.
Let's get going then.
Get me down from here. Release the shackles. Thank you. Let me see if I can walk. So dizzy. Good to see you.
Not gonna make it if you don't help him. What you can do.
Yeah, she's not here.
Well, look who it is. Good to see you again, friend.
She broke back in Helgen. Maybe she didn't.
It's much better now, Sienna.
What? Wait.
you think we would let you rot in here? No, not all of them. Our new friend here is quite a fighter.
Yes. Who is this with you? I've never seen her before.
Traveler, and a new friend of Marcus Janus. Of course, you won't believe it. Marcus is in Skyrim.
Marcus Janus in Skyrim? You must be drinking too much meat again, Paco.
No, it's true. And he's back in Helgen with Valerius.
Helgen? I bet Valerius never saw that one coming. Why is Marcus here?
I'm not sure, but something about rebuilding Helgen, I think. Of course, we can talk about that later. We need to go.
Yes. Let's get out of here before any more of those Dalmor maggots show up.
Well, you can't travel like that. Is your gear around here anywhere?
Yes. I believe they put it in this chest over there. Let me see. Yes, there it is. That's much better. Perhaps our new friend here will lead the way. We will be right behind you.
Whole nother freaking cell block. That is just about identical to the other one. Just loot the shit out of everything. Okay. Song of Hormia. Okay. Okay, it is nighttime. I am starving. Okay. There we go. Hit the Pale Pass. Cave or a barrow or something right here. Engelman's Rest.
Cyrodiil? You'd best speak with the Legionnaire. Quickly. But be warned, he's not the most patient man. Someone else wanting to get into Cyrodiil? You'd best speak with the Legionnaire. Quickly. But be warned, he's not the most patient man.
This border is a restricted entry zone. State your intentions.
I just was
Well,
here
then,
to
in that case, be my guest.
take a
Just don't try
quick
anything
sight.
funny. This border gate is under
Someone else
Imperial
wanting to get
control.
into Cyrodiil?
Extensive.
Best speak with the Legionnaire. Quickly. But be warned, he's not the most patient man. What is it?
What is it? Can I help you?
What is it?
Hello.
This border is a restricted entry zone. State your intentions.
Okay.
If I'd heard of you and you'd completed some great deed, I'd be able to justify writing the paperwork and putting my rank on the line. As it stands, I haven't heard of you. And I'm not risking my livelihood for some traveler I've never met. You think I make the decisions? I may be a legionnaire, but I'm just a grunt compared to the powers that be in the capital. Not that it takes a Synod mage to work it out. Skyrim's in the midst of strife. The Empire's still reeling from the war. It doesn't take a genius to realize the Empire wouldn't want any of that chaos spilling over into its heartland. And that's you and me both, because I have no reason to let you through the gate either. Sorry about that, but I have my orders.
I've got your back.
What is it? Can I help you?
I've got your back. Let me know if you have anything you need from me.
This border is a restricted entry zone. State your intentions. Oh, you're free to pass through whenever you like. For the Empire, comrade.
For the Empire.
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Okay. Back to Helgen. Of course. First.
Ah, a traveler.
say,
A
who are
traveler.
you?
Delightful. Delightful. Rand's the name. Rare and valuable goods and services is my game. Might I interest you in some of my marvelous goods? Or perhaps you're here for my special services.
What
You
kind
with
of
the
services?
Imperial Legion? The Penitus Oculatus?
Yes.
Well then, friend, my special services involve... Good day. Ah, you're back. Fine hides, hunting supplies, and special merchandise.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to save scum. Okay. We go unlock the Pale Pass. Fast travel. And then I think I'll probably call it a night there, actually. Holy crap.
Might I interest you in some of you with the Imperial Legion? Well then, my friend, I can get you through the border into Cyrodiil. I'll tell you how for a pittance. Relatively speaking, of course. What do you say? Fine hides, hunting supplies, and special merchandise. Talk to you later.
Let me know if you have anything you need.
Someone else wanting to get into Cyrodiil? Best speak with the Legionnaire. Quickly. But be warned, he's not the most patient.
Can I help you?
This border is a restricted entry zone. You and borders you'll either need official papers or some other justification for your passage. You think not that it doesn't take a genius to as it stands, I haven't heard of you. And I'm not risking my livelihood for some traveler I've never... No. And that's you and me both, because I have no reason to let you through the gate either. Sorry about that, but I have my orders. This border is a restricted entry zone. The Dragonborn of legend. Pass through, mighty Dragonborn. It is an honor. Farewell.
Hello. Hello.
I'm right behind you.
Hmm?
I've got your back.
Can I help
Oh,
you?
boy.
What is it?
Alright. The game is starting to bug out now. I've been playing for 3 hours or so, so I think I'm going to call it here. Thank you everyone for watching tonight, especially with the extra long mod list review, where we went through all the mods that I have installed on my mod list for this ultra modded Skyrim playthrough. Probably be back on tomorrow at some point. Probably not for very long. I've got a couple other things I want to take care of. I want to catch up on some books I'm reading. But extended weekend, no school or work on Monday, so we'll be around all weekend playing games, whether it be Skyrim, Destiny, or Divinity. I will be taking care of some more quests at some point this weekend here in Skyrim, refurbishing a little bit of my mod list, and yeah. So I'd like to thank everyone for watching. Have a great night and stay frosty.